So what's it gonna be? So what's it gonna be? Ooh. So what's it gonna be? So what's it
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Aristocracy. How are you guys all doing? Whoa, my avatar's... Oh, okay, I'm back. How are you guys doing? Oh, I don't like my outfit. Okay, that's all fixed. Hello, guys. Hello. Yeah, I'm here. I know, it's been a long time. It's been basically like 10 years in internet years. What's wrong with green? Do you guys want me to wear green? Yeah. Oh shit. You guys can see that we're gonna be watching PragerU. I don't like that. Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to spoil the surprise. How are you guys? You abandoned me. Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm gonna admit it right now. Alright? Wait, PragerU is why you've been gone. Well. That was the quickest change of clothes. Is that a skill you can teach other ladies? Yes, I can. For a small price of $300. Sonia! Thank you so much for resubscribing for 3 months. You get a fancy crown. Thanks so much for the support, Zonia. You've been an amazing person, an amazing viewer, and okay, this kid is sad corny as fuck, but it's true, but an amazing friend. So thank you. Like, you're super fucking cool. You might go back to sleep though. No. Don't go back to sleep, okay? Big stream. I need you. The secret is to become anime. Yeah. The secret is to become anime. You are completely correct. So, yeah, honestly, yep, it's very true. So like Parv and Greek and I played Cursed CK3 last night. We need to have a patrons game where we play CK3 with cursed leaders. Cursed? What does cursed mean? I think this is a bargain offer too. Yeah, it is a bargain offer. It is. You're anime. I thought you were a cartoon. I'm both, okay? We go by different names, depending on... Different people call us different things, okay? Is it 8 a.m. at your end? No, it is 11 a.m. I'm on the East Coast. We ignored the 400 points limit? Oh no. Hi there, being a YouTube peasant for a few weeks now. This is my first stream. Rapid! It makes me so happy when I see new people in the stream. That actually, like, yeah, that makes me super happy. Welcome, and thank you so much for that Prime sub. Thank you, guys. Can everyone just welcome Rabbit to the stream? Welcome to the community. You know, my YouTube videos are pretty dank, but, like, the stream, that's really where this community kind of shines. And it's where I learn, and it's where you're gonna see me make really dumb mistakes. So, like, this is the real thing. Yeah, this is, like, the big thing. I had to meme my grief away. You happy now? Yeah, see, Rolling, this is what you did. Okay, guys, I left because I left streaming because of Rolling Deadly, okay? I'm kidding, it's not because of... Mr. Codebot, thank you so much for resubscribing! We just started a hype trade! Thank you so much, Mr. Codebot. Thank you, I like your name. What kind of code do you like? You know, I'm a Java girl, okay? I like things old school. Hello, this is also my new stream after watching YouTube videos. Ali! That's so cool! Well, welcome to the stream. I'm so glad to have you. Welcome. It's so crazy to me that they're like, what's cool about streaming is it's not like this one-way relationship. Like, I get to know you guys and I get to know what you're going through and what you want to learn and your interests. Like, I know, like, most of my viewers, like, I know, like, what makes them happy, what their interests are, what they find boring and all of that stuff. That's why my brain gets overloaded sometimes with all the people. But yeah, there's all these people who watch my YouTube videos and I haven't gotten a chance to meet them, and that, like, it makes me so, like, I want to meet them. Oh my god! DeMartello, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. Wait, what the broken? What the fuck just happened? If you're new, this is not normal. Just so you know. Okay? Mass creation broadcast, you didn't meet me and that makes me sad? No, I did. I met you now. It's all good. Oh my god. Okay. Well, Don Martello, thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months in a row. And Broken, thanks so much for the support. You've also been an amazing mod. And we need to arrange a talk. I still remember. You're cool because you interact with your fans all the time on stream. Thanks, Negation. You know, someone on Twitter told me I didn't. I try my best. It's a balance, right? Like, I try to interact. Like, I always say that there's different spheres of the stream. Like, there's different periods. Like, there's periods where, like, I have the prepared part for you. And then there's part where I'm interacting. And then there's part where it's more balanced between the two. And so I try to have all three in every stream. Pig, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Guys, remember, a few of yous, like, I think a bunch of yours, like, Prime subs have dropped off. So I would really, really appreciate you giving me those Prime subs. It means a lot. It's totally free. And I'm going to be going back to streaming every day. I actually normally don't stream on Saturdays, though I might start doing it. I think I'm going to treat it as like a surprise thing. What? Is that... Holy sh... Okay, I'm gone. I'm done. I can't. I just fell over, guys. That was a lot. Boo Gwen, I actually don't know how to tell you how to sub with Prime. I'm a really good streamer. Okay, I'm joking, guys. I promise you I wouldn't leave. Okay, I went in. Everyone's like, they want Francesca. I found you recently because of Chris Reagan interview on YouTube, and since I've watched many of your videos, I learned a lot. Now watch Worlds of Antiquity and Abraham's video. Oh, that's so awesome! Yeah, like, what I'm really hoping for is that watching me is kind of like a bridge towards finding really cool academics and cool scholars to get to know too. So yeah, that makes me super happy. And that interview with Chris Reagan was really, really cool. Like, I really enjoyed it. And it's funny that he was nervous about it because I was so nervous. Because, like, he's like a really big celebrity to me. So I couldn't believe he agreed to do the interview with me. Raven, thank you so much for resubscribing to Tier 1. But what's crazy is I'm interviewing his ex, Lacey Green. Is it next week? Yeah, next week. Crazy. That is going to be probably the biggest interview of my life. Like, that's a lot. But yeah, Nurza, thank you so much for those huge 20 subs. Like, holy fuck, thank you. You're really giving Doobie a run for his money. Honestly, Doobie, I don't think you're #1 anymore. I'm sorry. Your avatar's chin is very pointy. Thank you. I use it to break up garlic. You know, it's really efficient. I just slam my chin against the garlic. Lacey Green is going to be a cool interview. Yeah, I'm really excited. I am really excited. You know, this year Lacey Green, next year Obama, right? Garlic is so yummy. Is Lacey still problematic towards trans people, or did she grow out of that? Well, I don't know. We're going to talk about those instances that got her in trouble with the trans community, and what happened. And yeah, we'll figure that out. But you guys know that I don't subscribe to this, like, morally pure thing. I don't expect people... I can still admire people and still realize that they're flawed in some kind of way, because God knows I'm filled with flaws. So I'm not gonna, like, just immediately, just because I disagree with someone's views, like, just wipe them off. Right? Especially, people change. Like, imagine if I had done that with Vosh, right? Because of his views on Israel. His views have become really, really good. So, like, imagine if I just completely cut him off because of, you know, I disagreed with one or two things he said. To me, that's just, like, a really toxic way to live. Ask Chris out and make it a scandal, then do the same with Lacey. I mean, they're both good looking, so, you know. I don't know if they're into cartoons. You know, that's my one concern. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for that fucking hype train. Hey, Obese! Welcome to the stream. You guys should all follow Obese. Awesome streamer and a huge YouTuber. Can't believe he watches my tiny channel. Obese, you know what? it's interesting. Like, you make a lot of content about, like, I feel like it's about losing weight, but from like a very healthy perspective, and it's very foreign to me because I've actually always battled an eating disorder. I don't know how much I want to talk about that because I don't want to like trigger people. And I still battle it sometimes, but it's bulimia. Did you quit your in real life job too? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I am. That's why, like, if I don't get you guys' help, like, I die. I starve. Eris just shitting on people. Okay, I would never call people abuse. Oh my god, stop it. But, yeah, I've dealt with, like, my father used to be really overweight. And my mom was, like, really, really concerned about my brother and I becoming overweight potentially in the future and having all the health problems and stuff. So my mom was like really intense, and especially with me, she was really, really intense with like how much to eat and all of that stuff. And I think in some ways, even though I really admire, I know what she was trying to help, but I think in some ways, I really hope she's not watching this. I don't want to say like, oh mom, you gave me an eating disorder. Like, who knows? Maybe it would have been worse if it hadn't. But I ended up starting because like I had all this anxiety with eating in front of her. I developed anxiety with eating in front of everyone, which meant that I would starve myself like the whole day and then binge at night. And yeah, and everyone knows what happens after binging when you're bulimic. So yeah, it was like a whole thing. I still battle it sometimes, but it's mostly gone. Yeah, it's crazy how common EDs are, especially those with losing weight. Yeah. Yeah, and it's honestly, it's like, it's one of the reasons why I'm really grateful I'm a cartoon. I think right now I'm a healthy weight. I would say like I'm average. And but like if I was seeing myself on camera all the time and all of that stuff, especially as like a female on Twitch, I would be just constantly comparing myself to everyone and just be completely absorbed in my self-image. It would be so unhealthy. So I'm actually really grateful I'm a cartoon. Oh my god, Uber! Thank you so much for those gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's the first time you've given like a big like gift sub. I think you've gifted a few before, but yeah, thank you. Did you just get a new name or something? Yeah, I struggled with BED for a bit after I lost my weight. Wait, what's BED? Is that bulimia? I don't know what the terms mean. Too many pretzels. Relearning how to eat properly again is really hard for a lot of people. Yeah. Well, I still have the urge whenever I get emotional. I still have the urge to binge because it's like I can't even express to you. I'm just warning you, this might be a little triggering for anyone who's dealt with bulimia before. But I can't even tell you how nice the feeling is when you can binge. Like that. Obviously, it feels terrible after because you feel disgusting, right? But before, it's like, I think actually Princess Diana described this the best because she also suffered with bulimia. But she said, like, when you're eating, it feels like someone has their arms wrapped around you in a big hug. You know? Like, that's really how it feels. It's so comforting and warm, and you feel so safe. Especially if you've been hungry the whole day. Eris is called Usance. Feeling so good that you feel bad. That's interesting. I have an eating disorder, but I can't have spoken about it with anyone in real life, hard life. Kobe, I didn't know that you also had that. Yeah, we should chat about it off stream sometime if you're comfortable. I struggle with obesity and emotional eating. I also struggle with bored eating. Yeah. It's like, I don't know, it just feels like everywhere online, it feels like you either have like this option, there's either like the full fitness gurus that seem like so unattainable, and they just don't know what it's like to be you, right? To have an unhealthy relationship with food. Like, you know the type, like the people who just like, they've always had a healthy relationship with food, their family does, it's just normal, and like you can't connect to them whatsoever. Oh my god, really? At 4 shit. You're sad?
I am Sag Doritos Chip.
Wait, why are you sad? Read it for shit. Tell me why you're sad. But yeah, and then the other side, and then there's more people who are obsessed with like clean eating. And I feel like the clean eating stuff I was really into throughout like the 2010s, and it was so bad for me. Like really, really bad. Especially with bulimia, because like the minute you feel like you put something dirty in, what do you want to do? You want to get it out. And then, so that was really unhealthy. But then on the other side, there's like the whole body positive movement. And I don't connect to that either because I know the reality of the way the world works, and the world treats fat people terribly. So it's like I can understand the sentiment, but it was never something that was going to connect to me because I just didn't live in the world that they lived in. I think what's really important is that EDs are super common. Obviously, there are different levels, but talking about it, understanding that you're not alone is super important. Oh my God, yeah. Honestly, I didn't even know I had bulimia because I always thought bulimia was just like making yourself throw up whenever. I didn't realize what I had was bulimia. And it was only actually when I watched Princess Diana documentary and I heard her talk about it. And I was like, wait a minute, that's exactly what I do. Like this whole ritual she would have where she would like not eat anything in front of Charles, not eat anything in front of the cameras. And then she was so like excited when she got home from her away days and she'd just like stuff her face at the kitchen and then feel horrified by what she just did and throw up. You should do a stream about the history of obesity, EDs, and dieting. Eddie, that's such a good idea. That's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. I'm going to write that down. I'm an ex-bulimic, and now it's super hard to keep food down. Used to make myself throw up. Yep, that's exactly the problem I have. Whenever I overeat just a little bit, I literally need to throw up. Another thing that happens is when I feel nauseous. Like when I feel nauseous, I need to throw up. When I hear something that really disturbs me, I often like my first instinct whenever I'm upset is like throw up. And it's not just psychological; it's like physical. It's because it's like my body developed like a habit. So I'll give you an example. Is when I hear people talk about like pedophilia or where like those types of arguments that kind of justify like child sex abuse and stuff. I actually throw up. Like that's like I literally have a physical reaction. I typically only eat once a day, which I know isn't good. Yep, yeah, that's exactly what I did when I was bulimic. So yeah, honestly, streaming's been amazing for me because I used to not be able to afford to eat multiple meals a day. So I would kind of starve myself the whole day and then eat just as a necessity. And now I'm not in a position that I need to do that. It kind of makes me sick too, but I don't actually throw up. Yeah, I think that's the normal part. Like people will get like, they'll feel like, oh, that's gross. But like my reaction is, oh, gross. I actually need a purge. I hope this is triggering you too much talking about, but I think talking about this is important. Yeah, no, like my worry, I can handle it. My worry is, is that I'm making some viewers uncomfortable. I have the opposite problem where I can't stop myself from eating more than I eat. That's interesting, Ali. Mr. Code, I used to be very skinny, but that was mainly due to being pretty poor growing up and needing to occasionally skip meals. It's still weird to getting used to eating every meal. Yeah, that's been weird for me. I mean, learning how to eat, the biggest thing for me was learning how to eat in front of other people. That was a unique concept. Like going on dates and eating in front of people, like it's such a weird thing for me. And to this day, I still struggle with this concept of getting my entire self-worth from my looks. I'm still, even though you guys don't see me, but a huge portion of my day is dedicated to how I look. And I don't know if this is normal for other women or if this is normal for like everyone. Yeah, but like I'm just like so many decisions I make throughout my day are just made about like how I look. So I mean, even from like the amount of money that I spend on like skincare and hair products and all this stuff. And any of my real friends who know me, like who are like the people who have seen me in real life, they know that I've always had this problem with being like hyper concerned about my looks. And it's a terrible trait, right? It means you're vain. It's like a historically terrible trait. I've always realized it's like a shitty trait. But it's actually one of the reasons why streaming with a VTube avatar has been so like euphoric for me. Because it's like, I don't know how, I mean like real life friends, okay, Cozy? You guys are my real friends. But it's like how, it's like the first time, I'm doing something that has zero to do with how I look. You know, it's not a factor whatsoever, whether or not I look bad that day or I look good that day. It's like, was it a very conscious choice? Oh yeah, like I was not going to stream unless I was a cartoon. Like that's the only thing that kept me from streaming again, because I used to stream and I used to show my real face. But I stopped doing that. VTube streaming is still liberating. Yeah, it's liberating. It's like, oh my God, like now no one can tell me that I got something because of this, or I can't tell myself that like, oh, I'm not getting this because that person doesn't think I look this enough or something. Like, it's just, I'm 2D, and everything that I bring to the stream has nothing to do with my looks. And there's something like really, really freeing about that as a woman, because you have to understand that like, I don't know, I'm sure some guys feel like this too, because I know that like, but God, as a female, like when you're growing up, no matter what, even if your parents try, right? There's no escaping this attitude that your entire self-worth is dependent on how attractive you are. Like, there's just nothing. There was no amount of like my mom telling me, oh, like get a big brain, blah, 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 work hard. Like I knew that's not how the world worked, right? I'd seen enough movies, I'd seen society, you know, and that's not how the world works. Like women are still judged very much on their looks. And men are judged in a very shallow way as well, but I would say like they're judged much more on how much money they make. Dude, with TikToks and shit, it must be even worse. I feel so bad for Xamers. Oh yeah, Zekanos. That's true. You're only here for the cartoon. When I was a teen, I refused to ever leave the house without makeup. I felt so disgustingly ugly. Yep. Exactly. I actually know a lot of YouTubers who are trans, and being able to like, you know, be a VTuber or not show their face, it's like the one day, and it's their one part of their life where they don't get to like feel dysphoria, you know? So there's definitely some ways that I connect there. How much money they make as well, how many women they attract, yeah. But it's like directly, like I don't know if any dudes are here. Like I feel like our society is just so judgmental, and they put all this self-worth on how much a dude makes. And it's such a shallow way to look at and to judge a human being, right? Trans VTuber evolution. Yeah, I love that, Lady Miss Joe. But yeah, it's such a shallow way. And yeah, so if you could have like a moment where you suddenly, that's not a factor whatsoever, like that's what's really, really nice. I don't have to put on my makeup. I don't have to make sure my hair is good, okay? Because I'm always cartoon. Women have always been policed more on their bodies. Yeah. Yep. But I don't want to downplay, like, you know, I do think that dudes have it just as bad, just with other things. Though it totally depends. I know in, like, for example, the male gay community, there is a huge hyper focus on how you look, especially in, like, the big cities. So, like, if you're a little chubby or you're a little short or, like, you're balding or something like that, you can feel really terrible about yourself with the standards that people put on you. With women, it seems to come down to measuring up to beauty standards, looking younger, and with men, it can be height, weight sometimes, or how wholesome or how they look. Oh, yeah. My 20s was just totally absorbed. So, when I was a teen, I, like, when I was a teen, I was never considered, like, attractive. Like, I don't ever. I remember when I was a kid, everyone thought I was, like, a pretty kid, which is, like, a weird thing, but whatever. But when I was a teen, I guess I just, like, went through an awkward phase or something, and I was, like, a super weird-looking kid. I was into music and rock and roll and stuff, so I was, like, putting zero effort. My parents, I didn't know how to do my hair or anything. My mom didn't teach me because that's not my mom's shit. Like, my mom's doesn't care about, like, looks and stuff. So, anyways. I was, like, I was always kind of maybe, like, the hot girl's best friend. And maybe it's why I worked on other areas of myself. I'm not really sure. But when I hit, like, 19, 20, I started changing my look. I think some of, like, the chubbiness went away from my teenage years and stuff, and then suddenly people were finding me attractive. And so, like, I had, like, this weird switch, which I don't know if anyone's experienced this in chat, where, like, people treating you like you're ugly at once, and then suddenly people treat you like you're attractive. And it's, like, very weird, and it's exciting, and it makes you really happy, but it also is really toxic because it tells you something, and it tells you that that's, like, where your worth really is. Oh, Nomad Star, thank you so much for subscribing for 2 months. Thank you. But yeah, it's like, so I had to go through that, and I think, like, throughout my 20s, I became just so vain, like, so obsessed with my looks, like, just trying my best not to go back to that, like, ugly duckling teenager. You're right in the name of quality. We should treat Eris like she's ugly. What the heck? 1920? No, I'm in my 20s. I lost a lot of weight for a couple years. It was really weird. Nosy people check me out. Yeah, it's so weird when you go from, like, when you know that you're conventionally unattractive and then suddenly you're attractive to people. It's so strange. And there's just so many, like, privileges that attractive people get. Like, that's just true. Freckle privilege. I do have freckles. I always have freckles. That happened to me when I lost a bunch of weight in my early 20s. Really messed with my head. Yeah, no, it does. And because you see how differently people treat you, you become so absorbed in not going back to that. And it really affected me. Like, in my 20s, I don't even want to admit how much I spent on beauty stuff. Like, you know what I literally did? I taped my eyes for 6 months. I literally put double-sided tape on my eyelids for 6 months to make my eyes bigger so they looked more Western. And so many Asian girls do this shit. It was not comfortable. I put fucking tape on my eyes. I had a similar thing as my transition to being a woman progressed and I lost weight. People started catcalling and treating me so different. It was wild. It was fascinating, disconcerting. Yeah, it's like, on one hand, it feels so good, right? Like, you're so happy. And you almost hate your previous self. But on the other end, like, you're so terrified of going there that you actually start enabling, like, really toxic behaviors to yourself. Speaking of which, I need to make a Sephora run today. Zonia, I know. No, okay. No, Sephora fucking knows like my first name. I spent way too much, but I haven't done it in a while. D&D Dan, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a sad cycle because you don't take good care of yourself. You'll feel worse, make your depression worse. Yes, that's true. That is true. But why were you gone, waifu? Okay. Do I want to talk about that? Do I? God. Okay. So, I think I streamed for a few days last week, and then I just, boom, disappeared, right? Like, out of thin air. And, well, there were a multitude of things that happened. But it wasn't like, I don't want you to think they're like huge deals. Like, I didn't get like killed or kicked out of my house or something. I mean, you probably assumed I didn't get killed, but I get like when a bunch of things, like shitty things, just happen at once, even in tiny little things, when they happen all at once, my mind gets really overwhelmed, and I just went deep down back into my depression. So, you guys know I suffered with depression for a long time. I'm out of it, but I think like a few times a year I'll still sink back again into that kind of old mode. And yeah, that's definitely what happened. There was like a multitude of things that kind of like pushed me there. One of the big ones was I've been like, this is gonna sound so tiny and pathetic, right? But I have like an injury on my ankle because I used to figure skate. I used to be really into figure skating, and it's kind of like flared up lately, and it flares up particularly when I go downstairs, like down a step. So I can walk upstairs totally fine, but when I take that first step, it always goes like it's like a real annoying pull, and it makes it really really hard to like just, and because I live in like this like very very, it's like this very tall thin house with tons of stairs, like the most inconvenient place, and I can't afford to move. So, it's awful. Like literally, just to go to the bathroom, I have to take stairs. To go to the kitchen, I have to take stairs. To go from the kitchen to the living room, I have to take stairs. Like it's like stairs, stairs, stairs everywhere. And so what happened was I started to have a really hard time keeping up with the house and cleaning it and all that stuff. So, oh, what's happening, chat? Someone trolling? No elevators, I know. But anyway, so I needed some help to help me around the house. So I was hoping to just like hire someone to come and help me clean for a bit and just fix up the house for me. Maybe like once a month or every 2 months or something like that. Just to help keep the place kind of clean. This is why I rarely read chat. I don't even know what I said. I was like absorbed in the depression. But yeah. But anyways, so I was trying to hire someone, and like I just kept getting ditched. Like whenever I would hire someone to do it, like they would say they were gonna come, and I was all excited about having the house clean, and I'd have to do all this prep for it to happen, right? And then they would just ditch. And then I moved around my stream for it, and then they still ditched me. So like I hired there were all these different groups, and they just kept ditching me, and it was like very frustrating. So there was that, which is just like annoying. It's like annoying when you have like you're so excited about something, and then it just keeps getting taken away from you with people just being inconsiderate. And then on top of that, I got ditched on Wednesday. I got ditched for the panel I was on. So I was on a panel with Destiny, and who else? I think some Spencer and Mel and someone else, I forget. We're supposed to be discussing Hamas, and then I got ditched by Mel ditched the panel, so then they had to cancel. So they canceled the panel. So and I had arranged everything in my day that day to be like that, right? Because I'm a busy person. So I'd arrange the cleaning, and I'd arrange my stream, and then I'd arrange research and all these things that I was supposed to be doing and stuff with CC. And I arranged it that day, and it just got totally just boom out of whack. Sonia, thanks so much for gifting that sub to Girly Bear. Thank you. But yeah, I know I feel so pathetic because it's such a tiny thing, but something that really helps my depression is being routine. Waking up at the same time, going to sleep at the same time, and showering at the same time, all that stuff. And so when something throws my routine out of whack, like that, it just completely, it's like I'm just being, spun in circles and I don't know where I am. This is so similar to how I am. Yeah, and I didn't want to be a dick, but yeah, so I got ditched multiple times. So it totally just ruined the structure of that week. And in order to try to accommodate it for one of the next times I was supposed to have the person who was cleaning coming, I had to stay up all night to prep for it. So I stayed up the entire night, like organizing, cleaning my house, waiting because it was the only time the cleaner could come when I wasn't going to be streaming. And then she ends up ditching on Thursday morning again. So like, so anyways, and then I can't stay up, so I sleep, and it just like then my sleeping schedule's messed up, and it's just like a whole and then I get into like this cycle of self-hate because I'm so mad at myself for what happened. And then the whole time, and then of course while this is going on, I'm always getting like, this is me, like this is the most like, this is what we call in Jewish culture, we call it kvetching, okay? And she flaked on me 4 times, really? Yeah, like she just totally ditched. Azano, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 4 fucking months, holy shit. But yeah, and then on top of that, I always get, every week, I get tons of anti-Semitic messages. And I opened up my DMs this week. If you guys noticed, I opened them up. And if you notice now, they're closed. And I was getting a ton of anti-Semitic comments and anti-Semitic messages, right? And so when I'm in like this cycle, so when I missed that first stream on Wednesday, Citizen Cicero, thank you so much for subscribing. Thanks so much for gifting a sub. Thanks. But yeah, so like when I'm in that cycle and I missed that first stream, what I should be doing is the next day just boom, okay, messed up, hop on, get back to streaming, right? But I'm in this cycle of self-hate, right? Because I'm mad at myself for being me. And I get really depressed. And start hiding from the world and all that stuff. And then I start looking, and when I do this stuff, I do my own form of self-harm. And my form of self-harm is not physical, it's psychological. So I search my name everywhere, and I try to find shitty things about me. It's really like, why would you get anti-Semitic messages? Because I'm part Jewish. What is she? Suji. So like, I'll just show you an example of a message I got. So then like, and I got like so many DMs of being anti-Semitic. Normally I just flick through them. But this time I started like, I'll show you some of them, but I'm just warning you, it's fucking gross. Here. See if this works. Oh God, okay. Yeah. So, I guess shit like that. I don't want to show it for a long time because it's a really gross comment. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Like, it's just stuff like that. There's been like a group of particularly like Turkish fascists that have been like hounding me with anti-Semitic messages. And they're like just always targeting me. And it's really weird. That's just disgusting. Yeah, I get shit like that like every day. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep my Discord perma-closed. Dismiss those riches. Yeah, so there's that. Like, and anything that bad that happened, I just start like self-absorbing it, right? So remember I told you guys about like the streamer that was mean to me, right? I just start like being like, oh, like what if they were right? What if I am the things that they thought I was? Blocking doesn't work. Do they just make alts? Yeah, because there's a whole group of them. I blocked them so many times. It like doesn't even matter. Don't worry, it's not Hassan. It's not Hassan. Hassan's not a racist, okay? No, they're like the group that's really hounding me. I get anti-Semitic messages from a lot of groups, but there's one group in particular that's being like the bulk of them. And they're from like some kind of like Turkish fascist community online. I know that because they're always bringing up how like they don't think I'm attracted to Turkish men or something, which is just not true, obviously. Like, there's plenty of hot Turkish guys. So it's like this weird combination of incel stuff with anti-Semitism, calling me inbred while also telling me that I'm hot. It's very weird. Kami, thank you so much for gifting those 2 subs. Thank you. The internet is, yeah, I'm getting better at handling the negative comments, right? Like, you guys remember when I was thinking about quitting streaming, like, a few months ago? Like, I'm not at that place, right? I've gotten so much better at handling the negative comments. I know I can deal with it. The problem is that, like, when I have just moments where, like this, where, like, I have, like, a dip, you know, what do you call it? Like, when you rehash your depression. And yeah, something like that. I don't even know what the people are saying in chat right now. Yeah, relapse. Yeah, it's a relapse, exactly. So I have, like, a relapse in my depression, and when that happens, like, you know, that's when all the comments start feeling like a big deal to me. It's pretty shitty. It's sad that even with the VTube avatar, weird incels still seem to find a way. Yeah, I know. What are your thoughts on the Kings from New Brunswick? I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling. Get into the video. Okay, we'll be watching that soon. But yeah, so that's why I dipped. That's why I disappeared. I was in a cycle of self-hate and overwhelmed with what was going on with my real life, like with just scheduling and stuff. Total petty shit. Petty shit. So if you're excited to find out that, like, I was kidnapped and then I had to escape and it was like a whole adventure, I can tell you a fake story, but it's not what happened. Eris, I can't see what's going in your head, but your actions and words make me believe that you are a good and self-reflecting person. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Take this pizza. Brain, that's such a sweet thing to say. Thank you. That's really nice. Honestly. Oh, obviously, thanks. That's sweet of you to say. But yeah, you know what was really cool is I got a lot of DMs from some of you guys checking out, wondering how I was, being supportive, not being like naggy or telling me that I was being a shitty streamer for ditching. That was really cool. You guys, the people who messaged me, thank you. Do you go out for walks to clear your head? No, I hate walking. Start the CRT stuff. Everyone wants the CRT stuff. Yeah, we're about to start. Understandable, you're more emotionally vulnerable at times like that, regardless. So, no. Obese, I would love to interview you. Eris, your RT of the infrared guy has made me laugh all day. Thanks for the giggle. Okay. I love infrared, but like, everyone gets mad at me for that shit. I think these groups rely on gaslighting and minimizing their abuse to make their targets feel like something they are doing. You're amazing, never forget that. Thanks. And yeah, tomorrow, Patreon-only event is still happening. Still happening, don't worry. So many of us were in other streamers' chats being like, we want to make sure she's okay, but also don't want to bother her. Aw, Marcus. That's really sweet. I understand. That's really, really sweet. But how dare you cheat on me? If I'm not streaming, you should be just sitting at a wall staring at it. Shame. Shame. And yeah, obese, let's do it. DM me on Twitter and we can set up. Hey, you're very sweet and I enjoy your content a lot. It's a little weird thinking of how different our backgrounds are. Well, you know what? People can come from all different places, okay? If I could somehow be a mix of a Jew and a Mongol, okay, then anything could happen. Oh yeah, I am supposed to shame you for promoting infrared, but shame. Tuppy Wuppy, subscribe with Prime. So thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I love your name. That's probably like my favorite name of any of my viewers. Eris, do you have a plan to do an interview with infrared? Maybe, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about like what I would ask, you know, because I don't know if he's like as comfortable getting that personal. We'll see. Didn't you guys take the blood bath when we made the cult? Yeah, the blood oath. Oh, the blood bath. Why did I think of the blood? The bath. The blood oath. Okay, I'm silly. We need a shame emote. Okay, I'll get that. I'll get that. Ali, where are you from? If you're comfortable saying. Honestly, like, yeah, it's. I hate when people put me in a box because I'm Jewish, right? My last name is like super Jewish, and so when people read my last name, I just know that they're like, oh, must be like a super Zionist, you know, must come from a wealthy family, probably is really cheap, probably really spoiled, you know, maybe related to Jeffrey Epstein. I'm kidding, I'm not. My last name's not Epstein, but there's just like all these things, you know, like when just someone figures out that you're not like a typical white Western Christian European, and you're just so anxious about all the stereotypes, and you just want to prove them wrong. But what if the stereotypes? What if some of them are real? And then you like hide that part of yourself. Very toxic. But there's a Stein there, isn't it? There's a lot of things in there. Okay. Goldenberg, Stein, Schwenkster. Yeah, Netanyahu. My last name is Netanyahu. No relation. Didn't even get a free plane trip to his island. I don't want to go to his island. What the fuck? Jess and W. Okay. Would you be interested in interviewing David Pakman? I would love to interview David Pakman, especially about, because I feel like we have a lot in common with the Jewish stuff. Like, especially with the anti-Semitism that we'd experienced during the flare-up with Israel and Palestine. Oh, you're from Saudi? I actually fucking love Saudi Arabia. Okay, I defend Saudi Arabia every day. Alright? I go to town for you guys. Even though Saudi Arabia doesn't like me very much, but it's okay. It's a one-way love. Guys, I'm not gonna say what my last name is, so it's like, you know, who's a problematic streamer you'd be interested in interviewing that you haven't yet? A problematic streamer. Hassan Abi, I would love to interview. I mean, I kind of interviewed him, but it was more of like an AMA. So I didn't really get to ask my own questions. So I don't know, like, why is there PragerU? Okay, because I get all my information for PragerU, you guys. Would you interview Dennis Prager if you were offered the chance? Yeah, I would. What if I pay you 10 grand? Okay, if you pay me 10 grand, I'll do whatever you want, okay? I'll fucking grift. You're all free. Okay. Yeah, actually slap a sticker, please. Okay, please slap a sticker on me. You guys haven't been using the stickers today. I put this whole program in for you, so you can stick things on me. Very offensive. Thank you. I love how that sounded like a slap. Oh my god. It's so good. I love the music that goes along with it. Okay, that makes me really happy. Thank you. I just needed a few stickers, that's all. Just for my psychology. Alright. Very important. God, that sounded so hot. Call me, Brad. You're so fucking, like, thirsty. Holy shit. Hey, Pooper HD. Aw, Freya, I love you too. Okay. So, anyways, I want to learn. Really unfortunate. Oh my god, you guys are fucking killing me with the stickers. Holy shit. Okay. Do Canadians look like the ones out of South Park? Yeah, we do actually. Oh Jesus, all I came to see you. Pray. Yeah, we're gonna be learning about critical race from the best source ever. Sonia, thank you so much for that sticker. You guys are killing. Wait, we're gonna be hitting the sticker party soon. Call me Brad. Holy shit. I think we're gonna be hitting the sticker party soon. Have you seen Kenny versus Spenny? Yeah, I have. It's really funny. What part of Canada are you from? I'm in Ontario. Yeah, so I know all about where you're from, okay? Been there a billion times. Is there a James Lindsay one? That's so cool. You've seen them. They're both Jewish, too. Oh, I didn't even know they were Jewish. That's cool. I think I'm like the only openly, I'm pretty sure I'm the only openly Jewish streamer that's partnered on in like Twitch politics. I'm pretty sure. Unless you count David Pakman, but I don't think he's partnered, right? Because he's like on YouTube, or is he? I don't even know. Does anybody actually live in Canada? Yeah, there's probably some crypto Jews out there, you know? More Zeldas, more Zeldas. If you want a good source of critiques on CRT, you should look into James Lindsay on New Discourse. Okay, I'll look that up. James Lindsay. Okay. James Lindsay. Oh my god! Whoa. Freya, that air horn, holy shit! That freaked me out so much! What should I look up for? What's the video called? Is it called CRT? Like saying no to critical race theory? Kenny versus Spenny even had an episode called Who's the Better Shit? Oh my god.
Hey, listen.
Really, unfortunate? That's actually my favorite sticker. It's so cute. My bits budget is almost gone. I'm sorry, Freya. Freya, you do have like this really gorgeous symbol by your name, which you get for giving a lot of bits. Actually, all the videos are about Wait, it's a sticker party! Everyone, you could do as many stickers as you want. They're free. Yeah, do all the stickers you want.
Go!
Stick me! Stick me! Stick me! Watch your work. Guys, I can't breathe. I can't breathe, please. Please, I'm gasping for air. Guys, please. I can't breathe. I'm dying. I'm dying. Help! Okay, how long are these stickers gonna stay? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. The aristocracy has officially ended. No, the sun will not set on the aristocracy, okay? Oh my god. We smothered the Toon Boys. Good work. Yeah, that was very exciting for me, guys. Okay? Please, don't go so hard on me next time. I'm very sexually repressed. That's my stickers how I got my name. Do the stickers hurt? Only in the good way, okay? The true successor to the British Empire? Son of a Cad, you missed it. Guys, no one tell him, okay? No one tell him. Okay. We're gonna be learning. I want to learn about critical race theory. I'll be honest, the stuff that I've learned, I feel like there's some positive things, but overall it seems like a very flawed lens to look at the world. I can see its like value in looking at it sometimes through that lens, but I would never ever like look at everything through that lens. Lotus, thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months. You are my amazing editor. I love you. Thank you. Lotus kept me going, okay? In times of sadness. Interview Dave Rubin. I don't know if you'd want to be interviewed by a cartoon. I feel like you might be a bit cartoon phobic. I want to try to interview some conservatives, but I have a feeling they're going to be a little more cartoon phobic, you know? Before this week, I only heard the word critical race theory from conservatives. Well, I actually thought critical race theory was less intense than I expected. Like, I thought it was just looking at the world through a critical racial lens, right? About how much, like, race affects our day-to-day environment, being against, like, you know, being against, like, the concept of colorblindness, all of this stuff, right? And in some ways, that is what it is, but it's also way more extreme than that. So I'll be learning with you guys. I'm open to the idea, right? But like right now, like the stuff that I've read has not given me a great impression. So, especially I really don't like this idea that there's like no objective truth. That kind of upsets me. There are some areas in academia and even in history that kind of like believe in that, and I really don't like that kind of stuff. And I also, as I read the stuff that I was reading about critical race theory, first of all, number one, it's very American-centric. So all the prime academics and scholars like on this subject and people who've like written about on this subject are American. So it's really, if anything, it's just for the United States. Even though you see that the kind of theories parroted in like the UK and Canada and stuff. And it also is very narrow-minded in how it views race and the lens of race. It kind of puts, it's like white people and people of color, and that's just not how the whole world operates in terms of social inequities and racial inequities and historical oppression and stuff. So I do think like some people kind of get left behind in the critical race theory, particularly Jews and Asians, because it's primarily focused on people of color who do not statistically perform effectively in the economy, right? Like that's like who it kind of focuses on. And so it does feel like there's some issues like associated with it, with who they kind of like ignore or leave behind. Isn't CRT just American history and not world history? I've heard those ideas parroted though, like in Canada and stuff. It's very American-centric and narrow-minded. How it views race, exactly the same can be said when someone begins to talk about imperialism, colonialism. I actually disagree because I think imperialism, colonialism is a very world event. I think it happened historically, like almost you could apply it almost anywhere. You have to understand that for me, like I'm not American, and I'm from Israel and South Africa, and I live in Canada, so like any idea that's useful to me is going to need to be an idea that I can apply, like an important theory that I can apply everywhere. I'm a woman of the world. A woman of the world. Racism is a world event too. Yeah, no, it is. Right? But like the idea of being critical about race totally, I think, is really important, right? That's why intersectionality, 100% I buy it. 100% I buy it. And I think a lot of people, I assume that critical race theory was a part of intersectionality. I thought like it was just the intersectionality that focused on race. But it's not. It's way more extreme than that. Like there's all these other ideas that go along with it. There's some good ideas in there, but like overall, any of the scholars I've read so far, I haven't connected to whatsoever. And they say things that I feel like are actually accidentally racist. But yeah, I am open. I'm still learning, so I might be totally wrong. I might be totally spewing bullshit right now. I'm in that process, you know, when you're first learning about something, where you first start learning about it, you get your first impression, but like I never assume. Like, I never just close my mind because of my first impression. I've been proven wrong plenty of times. So yeah, I am going to let's learn from PragerU. But yeah, let's watch this guy's videos. I heard that this video is good. I don't know about this guy's politics. You could see. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's politics are. I've been reading CRT for a long time, and I can see why you would have this impression of the field, but I think you'll find it pretty useful, although being conclusions about it not being a universal frame for analyzing history is correct. All right, well, I'm glad that I have people here that are more knowledgeable about it. Is there a singular book to go to? There is a large book on it. I think this guy sources it. Here's this one. Critical Race Theory, the Key Writings That Form the Movement, by Kimberly Crenshaw. You feel like this is a con? Yeah, it might be. Call me, Brad. Thank you so much for flexing a sticker. But yeah, if you guys have a good video on the positives, like on a more positive view on critical race theory, I would appreciate that link. I personally find the standpoint of epistemology stuff to be a bit unhelpful as well. People having their own realities that doesn't conform. Well, that's the part that I really don't connect to. Lana, thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you. You've been an amazing friend. Thank you. And for going for tier 2. Yeah, special sparkle by your name. Yeah, Kobe, that's my biggest problem. Initially my instinct when this whole critical race theory thing started up, I was like, oh, that sounds great. Like, it's really important to be critical about race. And to examine it and to talk about like inequities. I thought it was about promoting diversity and hearing stories and all that stuff. And it is about that in a little bit, but it's more so about like for example, like White Fragility, that book by Robin DiAngelo, whatever her name is. Like, that's a critical race theory book. It's like this idea that like all white people are guilty of racism. Any black person's view on something is completely correct. There's no sense of like objective truth. That's like kind of what I've heard. But yeah, I might be wrong, so I'm gonna learn about it. Also, your disagreement on the objective truth will probably put you at odds with most of the postmodern parts of it. I imagine it's a lot of academia works off the presumption that objective truth is inaccessible if it's real. Well, yeah, I mean, the idea, like, for example, in history, you can never figure out 100% what happened, but you can see what likely happened, right? But just because you can't figure out what 100% happened doesn't mean that that something hasn't 100% happened. Like, there is objective truth. It's just challenging to find it, right? It should be her story. But yeah, anyways, so we'll put on this video if you guys have a good link of something pro CRT. But I heard that this was a good kind of like medium, you know, like it wasn't like unbiased or whatever. Interestingly enough, of CRT is growing a new, even more radical theory called Afro-pessimism, which says that the advancement for black people is impossible in white society. Yeah. We see, like, I think there's some good things from what I've read, right? Like, there's some things that I totally believe in, but like, we'll listen to this and then I'll kind of give my thoughts.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Today we're talking about critical race theory. I think critical race theory is one of those things that a lot of people have opinions about, but most people don't have a deep understanding of. And I think the reason for that...
I feel so called out. Fuck me.
is because explanations of critical race theory tend to be kind of glossy, where people just list the major beliefs and claims of critical race theorists without going into where they came from. But at the same time, critical race theory is impending in the lives of a lot of people, either in the workplace or maybe in the education system. And I think people deserve sort of a gloves off, very straightforward explanation of it that doesn't soften anything for politically correct reasons. So I'm going to try to provide that, while at the same time prioritizing trying to be fair and accurate and not exaggerating anything for political
I was
reasons.
drinking water. That's
So
why
to
my
do that,
avatar
I'm
was
going to be using
crazy.
these 5 books, which are 5 of their most...
Okay, so let's look at what these books are. You guys know the sources are everything. So, almost all of these books are written by academics. Like, they're not just like randoms. The only random is probably Robin DiAngelo. I don't think she has any academic credentials, right? But from my understanding, CRT started in a law. It's a theory within law. Yeah, so Traditional and Critical Theory by Max Homer. So let's look him up briefly. Yeah, this guy's fucking legit. Wait, is this the right? Oh my god, Aiko, thank you so much for that raid. Holy shit. Welcome raiders. I hope you stay. I'm your favorite VTuber around. We are learning about critical race theory. She's an education professor. Okay, so in a way she's like kind of an academic. Kind of, you know? I don't know. Critical theory is great, but it's pretty different than CRT, although it's part of intellectual tradition. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, being critical is like the whole thing about being an academic. Well, Moon Foundation, thank you so much for gifting that. For Aiko, thanks so much for gifting that sub to Moon. Thank you. Okay. The other source is Words That Wound. So let's just look up the first person. You can usually tell like what kind of credential, because we want to make sure that the sources that he's using are not like just like random people on Twitter. Because I feel like there's often a lot of really great ideas in academia. I mean, things from like feminist theory, queer theory, all of this stuff that often really gets misunderstood and perpetuated by people who just butcher these concepts on Twitter or on YouTube or something, and then we all get a bad impression of it. So we want to make sure that they're not doing that. Okay. So she is a law professor, so she's an academic. Okay. Oops, sorry. That was one of my anti-Semitic messages. Okay, Critical Race Theory and Introduction, Richard Delgado. This one, I've heard his name before. You're too smart for me? No, Kojak, please stay here. I need you. Please. Okay. Legal scholar. See, most of these people are legal scholars. It's really interesting that they're legal scholars, okay? I find that very interesting because, as we know, all the different fields of academia are all incredibly different from one another. I actually thought that they would be like sociology scholars. So it's very interesting that they're legal. Yeah, CRT is rooted in legal studies. Very interesting. And, okay, Ibrahim Kendi. Let's look him up. How to be an anti-racist. It's a nice portrait. Also, a professor. Okay. Fucking young professor. Makes me feel bad about myself. Okay. So all these people are academics and scholars. So they're like legit sources, I'd say. Like, he's not pulling from like Twitter, from randoms. Wait, there's Sing Mode? Who bought Sing Mode? No, I don't believe you. Okay. Bosch said that CRT was a major part of his sociology degree. Yeah, I always assumed that it was a major part of sociology. But yeah, my history department is not so political. So we didn't really learn anything like that. So anyways. So they're pretty From my understanding, these are good sources, right? They're pretty legit sources that he's got this from. So he's already gotten some points, this guy. Kojak, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Welcome to the Aristocracy. The only place where leftists are willing to oppress them, the underclasses. I'm going to find some people who write specifically about historiography and CRT, Afro-pessimism, and sending some... Oh, Linda, that would be really cool. Okay, so let's listen to this.
Influential pieces of writing. And this is also going to be one of those sensitive subjects where I don't want to just say things and hope that you believe me. So if I say anything, even remotely controversial, I'll show on screen exactly where I'm getting it from. And that's it. That's the plan. And to that point, let's get right into it and look at the main thing that makes critical race theorists distinct. In their own words, what makes critical race theorists unusual compared to other academics on race and equality is their deep dissatisfaction with traditional civil rights discourse.
Yeah, and don't think that critical race theory means that it's like being against racism and all this stuff. Like, it's actually, it was a movement grown in opposition to those original kind of civil rights, academics, to my knowledge.
Civil rights discourse means the values that society took coming out of the 60s and 70s civil rights era. So it could be the values of the civil rights movement itself, but it doesn't have to be. It's the values that society took away from the movement. So critical race theorists are saying that they don't like those values, and they want to take us down a new track in America when it comes to race and racism. So trust me, we'll get into the new track that they want to take us down. But I think it helps first to look at the values that they're trying to replace. And there's really just two main ones. One value is colorblindness, which is the attempt to take race out of your decision-making process. So for example, if you believe in colorblindness and you want to, say, design a colorblind law, it means that the law should be applied equally to everyone regardless of their race. Or maybe if you want to be colorblind in your day-to-day life, it means that you don't give anyone preferential treatment or discriminatory treatment based on race. And critical race theorists basically say that colorblindness might be a nice idea, but they think that in reality, we're too racially biased for it to work. So if we're pretending that we're colorblind, but we're actually racially biased, then colorblindness is sort of like a facade that keeps us from meaningfully dealing with the racism in society. So that's one value.
I agree with that, but I actually totally agree with what they're saying there. I don't know who the gender is of the person who wrote it. But I would say is that you would, I would still be very concerned about potentially going overboard. Like, the question to me is not the issue, right? I agree with them on the issue, but it's how do we correct the issue? Because I think that you can potentially overcorrect and then end up becoming your own monster, which I've seen historically in plenty of societies where they've tried to overcorrect. They go into overcorrecting or overreacting to a previous inequity, and then they end up causing another inequity. And so I do think that there's like a balance that needs to be like achieved there. That's why like there's some ideas that like I agree with the idea, but like I don't like their solutions to it, This guy's hot. Let's see whether this holds up. Oda. Yeah, he's good. Let's try overcorrecting one. I think the scholars tend to make less prescriptive calls, CRT, and mostly descriptive. No. They make some pretty descriptive calls, to my knowledge. Essentially cannot introduce blindness to an issue that exists. Yeah, like, I totally get that, right? But I say, like, I'll give you an example of a problem, right? So, if I'm a teacher, I'm teaching a class, and I know that my black students, say, have, so much working against them. If I start marking them more easily, like if I create like a system myself as a teacher, and I'm like, okay, so I'm gonna mark them more easily to balance that out compared to the other students, and I'm not gonna be colorblind in my marking, right? The problem is like what happens when there's a student there that doesn't fit into that privileged versus oppressor grouping, right? Like, what if, I don't know, they're like an immigrant from some random, South Asian country or something. And so like they're not in that, they're not necessarily within that theory or factored into that theory. This is one of the problems with critical race theory being so narrow. What happens if they're Jewish, right? And like, do I put them in the privileged category? Do I not put them in the privileged category, right? Or what happens if they're white, but they grew up in in huge poverty, right? Or so were sexually abused throughout their childhood. Like, there's so many things that go into an individual's life that puts them significantly at a disadvantage that it feels very strange to, like, you know, I don't know, arbitrarily just like pick one and then only care about that one. It almost feels like you could potentially create more harm by doing that. So to me, I focus much more the way like my solution would be, and I'm definitely not, this is just my instinct, so I'm not an expert whatsoever, would be focusing on just increasing diversity, like getting more people into those roles and focusing more on spending to help those communities to get into those roles and to naturally create that diversity rather than like to like from the beginning, rather than to kind of just like, you know, put a band-aid on it later on. That would be kind of like my idea. But yeah, we'll see. I think what would help a lot is destroying the class system that benefits proliferating racism. Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't mean to be a class reductionist, but when I read a lot of critical race theory, to me, a lot of the issues that I'm reading feel much more of an issue of class than race, the way they frame it. But we'll see, like, I don't know, because I'm coming at it from a very different perspective because I don't really fit into a racial category.
Value that they're against. And the second value that they disagree with that came out of the civil rights era is racial integration. Racial integrationism is basically having a melting pot vision for America, where people with different racial backgrounds.
Okay, I'll watch their things about this. I watched Destiny have a debate on critical race theory, and the debate was like very strange to me.
Come together and share values, political power, and society itself, which also implies that people try to downplay their racial differences in favor of trying to see the common humanity in each other. Critical race theorists believe that that process has uneven power dynamics.
I totally agree with this, right? It's this idea, to me, it's one of the concepts of like the melting pot is actually really, really toxic. And I'll just give you an example. Say the majority of a country is, I don't know, I'm trying to think of like an origin, right? Say the majority of a country is, say, like Egyptian, right? They have like Egyptian culture. Majority of them are Muslim, all that kind of stuff. But they're bringing in lots of immigrants. They want to create like a melting pot kind of culture similar to the United States. What ends up happening in that kind of melting pot is any minority gets kind of melted away, like their culture gets melted away. And what ends up happening is instead of those cultures all melding together into one unified culture, they all meld into the Egyptian culture, right? Because that's the majority culture. And that becomes kind of like the status quo. So a great example is one of the reasons why, like religious clothing restrictions are so racist. Like in Quebec, they wanted to ban the head covering, right? I think like a niqab or something like that. So they wanted to ban a niqab because they saw it as like a religious symbol. Yet, what Western society sees as religious symbols, right, is always symbols that are non-religious, or that are from other religions, not their own. But they don't see things like a Christmas tree as a religious symbol. They don't see something like wearing a cross as a religious symbol. They don't see, just wearing clothes in public is a religious symbol, even though that's a part of Christian culture, is to, wear certain clothes in public. Like things like that. And so what's being seen as like someone's quote unquote culture is like, yeah, it's one of the problems with the concept of melting pot. It's why I definitely subscribe more to a Canadian perspective on this, which is like multiculturalism, which is like the idea that we embrace our differences and it's our differences that actually bring us together. And hopefully like we have like a shared value system under that. Like we have some shared Canadian values, but we all have our different ways of showing them, right? Whether it's, with different forms of dress or different holidays, or different languages and all that stuff. And that's kind of what makes, Canada great. So that to me, I connect much more to that kind of perspective. Because what ends up happening is you end up like, when you have everyone kind of melting into one culture and that culture is, the dominant, the other cultures just die, right? People lose their languages, they lose their religions. And it's all about like this idea of like white culture kind of just being the default. you know? It's yeah, I could probably explain this better, but yeah, it's like not. I don't know if that's making sense. Be prepared to have straw man be like crazy and have him pivot constantly. Oh no. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Sometimes Quebec makes me feel better living in Alberta. Yeah, it should. If someone from a majority Muslim country, Christmas trees in public can be seen as controversial. No, exactly, right? Like it's like something as a Jewish person, this is something that I really experienced. So I had this event once when because from a Jewish person's perspective, we live very much in a Christian culture, right? Everything's Christian. And I know you're probably thinking, I don't think it's that Christian, especially in Canada. It's not that Christian, right? Like we don't have like public masses and all this stuff. Well, actually, we have a publicly funded Catholic system, but that's another thing. But from a Jewish person's perspective, everything's Christian. The fact that like we're surrounded by Christianity all the time, right? Because what you guys consider just default, even as an atheist, to us is very Christian. So for example, the concept of like, you know, winter lights and markets when everyone starts putting up Christmas trees and having, you know, lights all the time. The structure of the year. The structure of the year is still that, like, you know, you're like that Roman kind of Christian calendar. When we have BC 80, right? The way we frame, the way we even like look at dates before Christ, after Christ. Or just when our holidays are. And this is the total government mandate. Holidays are a huge deal when it comes to Judaism because God knows we've got a lot of them. And it causes a lot of problems when you're trying to get days off. So when I was in high school, there's like this event that happened to me. Hopefully that teacher's not watching this. But yeah, there was this event where I was at this really, really strict school that if you missed more than 3 days, for whatever reason, you were kicked out. Like, no matter what. Like, you could be sick, you could be dying, like anything, like, you were kicked out. And so getting 1 day off, just 1 day off was like a really big deal because you were using one of your 3 days. So I had to get 2 days off for the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, which is a very big holiday in Judaism. It's like the New Year holiday. You go, you visit your family, you know, you eat sweet things, it's nice. So I need to get those days off. And anyways, so I go to the teacher, so like it was like guidance counselor teacher person, and try to get those days off. And I try to bring up religious grounds, which I felt like was like slam dunk, you know, got it in the bag. And she tells me, well, why did you sign up for this semester when you had so many Jewish holidays during the semester? That was her response to me, right? Like basically saying that I should have like structured my high school education around my Jewish holidays. So I shouldn't have signed up for that like term. And she was right because the terms you had like there's like 4 terms a year. So they're like it's very quick. So you miss a few days, it's a really big deal, right? But all the Christian holidays were automatically off. You know, like so like none of the Christian kids had to worry about this shit, but it was something that was always on mine as a Jewish person. And then I'd always have to like fight to get those days off. And so I responded to her. I was like, okay, it's easy for you to say because the entire year is structured around your holidays. Right? Like what the heck? So anyways, I fought with her and I actually ended up reporting her. So I thought what she said was really shitty. But it's just like an example of how much you probably don't even realize it, but the concept of having like a winter break and that winter break's during Christmas, but not during Hanukkah and not during Kwanzaa. And how like, you know, or when you're, for example, following Ramadan, there are so many things that would make it much easier for students when they're following Ramadan and fasting that is just almost never accommodated. That's like, or it has to be accommodated. It's not like default, right? Because of course, a country just can't appeal to every single group. It's like impossible because there's so many different cultures. But the consequence of that is really, really detrimental. So anyways, that's my rant about about this concept of, you know, multiculturalism and melting pot, etc. the way it worked in my high school was you picked which holidays you wanted to celebrate, and winter break still happened during Christmas, but it was short. That's interesting. That's super interesting.
So the dominant majority group, they say, effectively destroys the identity and the culture of the minority group, which is a process that they call cultural genocide. Critical race theorists aren't a fan of that, and instead they want to conserve the traditions and values of minorities.
Yeah, and like, I agree with them there. I mean, even the concept of what we consider professional is a very like Western-centric, outfit. But yeah, like, I mean, just the concept of wearing like a suit and stuff, or not having your hair in like dreads and that, like, all of that is very Western-centric. And this idea of even how we speak, what we regard as being the proper way to speak, is very class-centric too. Do you think there's anything inherently wrong with the assimilation of all cultures? I don't know inherently wrong. I'd have to think, because that's a big philosophical question. But I don't like the idea, because I don't like the idea of like certain aspects of culture dying and being lost to history. That upsets me. Do you think, oh, I thought someone said a comment. I guess, but these aspects no longer have any theological backing as they did in the past. These customs of Christian origins are no longer Christian practices. Yeah, no, Cloud Prim, you're right. And this is why I actually celebrate Christmas, okay? Mom, don't listen, okay, if you're listening. Okay, I hope you're, don't, Mom and Dad, like, I celebrate Christmas because I fucking love Christmas, okay? I love the lights. But, oh, Sonia, thanks for the sticker. But Christmas has no religious value to me whatsoever, and which is, like, but at the same time, that's probably because of, being raised in this kind of Christian society and everything. Anyways, I'll put it back on.
By resisting racial integration. Critical race theorists believe that between integration and colorblindness, all of this rhetoric about trying to downplay the significance of race in our minds is not working out for minorities. So they call for a sharp correction in the opposite direction by trying to normalize something that they call race consciousness. Being race conscious doesn't mean that you have kind of a casual, dim awareness of race, but it means that you look at race with profound significance, whether it's how you self-identify, or maybe how you look at other people, or maybe how you interpret just the general.
This is stuff I don't like. Being like conscious of the inequities and all that stuff in race, totally fine with that, right? That's why I like intersectionality. Being like as conscious as they're describing, to me, furthers inequities, right? And you start, especially like it doesn't take in consideration like how arbitrary and false these concepts are. Like we've talked about when the concept of race was invented, like it's totally culturally created. It's not a real scientific idea. So it's like, but they're not really concerned with what's real, right? That's literally part of the whole thing. But yeah, this is where I would kind of diverge, because I really don't like this idea of us just completely dividing on racial lines like all the time. Like that's when you really start getting into the bad side of identity politics, and just completely reducing everything to race. Seeing someone, judging someone, you can start justifying full racism through this. And to me, it's like a classic horseshoe, right? Where you've gone so left that you end up kind of potentially perpetuating very similar stuff. So this is the stuff that I would feel really sketched out about. Yep, no, exactly, Paver.
Phenomena of the world. So this is a radical idea that critical race theorists root in Black nationalism and in thinkers like Malcolm X and Stokely Carmichael, who both argued against integration in favor of forming race-conscious collectives that could powerfully stand in society without integrating.
Yeah, woke segregationism. That's a really good way that Vosh described it.
In critical race theorists' own words, with its explicit embrace of race consciousness, critical race theory aims to re-examine the terms by which race and racism have been negotiated in American consciousness, and to recover and revitalize the radical tradition.
So it's why it doesn't appeal to me, because it's so American, right? It's meant to be American, but at the same time, it's so annoying. I don't like theories. It's why it's annoying that it's from a legal thing. And it's why I don't understand why they would want to teach it in schools, because like, why would children need to learn things from like a legal perspective? I don't get it. But yeah, like legality is always country based, right? Like America, it's always going to be focused on the laws of a country rather than a theory that applies everywhere. But I think that yeah, I don't know. I don't want my kids to get like an education that's very focused on their own country. I don't like that idea. Can you recommend any sites for hate crime statistics? Probably, the ADL or whatever it's called.
Of race consciousness among African Americans and other people of color, a tradition that was discarded when integration, assimilation, and the ideal of colorblindness became the official norms of racial enlightenment.
No, it's not just taught. There's some places in California that it's being taught, I know.
So critical race theorists want to revitalize race consciousness among non-white Americans. And they also want to use race consciousness to understand America and American life in a new way. So to push...
It definitely feels like I don't think it's a big thing that people are pushing for at schools, like in a lot of schools. So it's definitely a thing that like conservatives obsessing over it is probably just like their latest thing to, you know, what do you call it? Not a dog whistle, like a red herring. So I doubt it's as big of an issue as they say it is, but yeah, we're not arguing whether or not it's a big issue. People are talking about it, so.
This a step further, the analytical method that they use to look at America is called deconstruction. What that basically means here is to look at something closely in order to understand.
Implementing CRT into curriculum makes more sense than teaching CRT. Yeah, but even that makes me even more uncomfortable, right? Because that implies that CRT is 100% correct. And it's not like, yeah, and especially in a school, like I don't know if like you want to be teaching students like from a perspective that just only works in that country.
Kind of hidden ways that things relate to.
And only works to people with the history of that country, because tons of students are immigrants or descendants of immigrants and have no history with the stuff that leads to, you know, critical race theory. But anyways.
Each other. So critical race theorists want to use deconstruction and race consciousness to understand kind of hidden ways that race and racism factor into America.
Poor Vida does. So these are like the books that he used over here. I'll put the sources in chat.
And American life. And they want to use that process to question the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and neutral principles of constitutional law. So deconstruction using race consciousness is one part of their academic process that basically gives them the lay of the land. It tells them what the racial dynamics are in America and where racism is happening. So it's also identifying problems for them. But they also want to present a solution. So the next part of their process is to reconstruct a race-conscious reality through theory. So here's them putting it another way. They attempt to construct a social reality.
Thank you so much for that huge raid. Thank you.
So it's basically saying, given what we know,
to the stream,
here's how we can present a better alternative.
We are learning about critical race theory. Everyone's been learning about it lately, so I figured I gotta learn about it as an outsider. I'm not American, but we'll see. But yeah, welcome raiders. Please click the special link that my mods will put in chat, hopefully in the next second, and so you can join the community. I am a history streamer, so I look at things from a historical perspective, which I'm still figuring out how to do that with critical race theory, but we'll see. I've spoken with a lot of people recently, says Kobe, with both pro-CRT and anti-CRT, and I've noticed that many pro-CRT folks feel like CRT is this hyper-broad movement that basically just means we should analyze how racism affects society. Yeah, I think they think, that's what I was saying, that's what I thought. I thought CRT was just a part of intersectionalism, an intersectional theory, but it's not. Like, it's like way more extreme. They would reject these video analysis as focusing too much on certain academics and not more on the broad movement. Yeah, no, I'm always going to come at it from a more academic perspective. Like, to me, like, maybe this is coming off like snobby, but like academics are what create, like, you know, scholarly consensus, and I feel like that's a big deal, especially when you're using terms like theory and stuff. But yeah, let's put that out.
So we're finally circling in to kind of
where'd all the viewers go? We all went here.
Full explanation of what critical race theory is about. They believe that through that process of deconstruction and reconstruction, through the lens of race consciousness, we can learn how to radically transform America to make it free of racial oppression. and if that's done sinking in, is part of a broader goal of possibly ending all forms of oppression. So critical race theorists want to use that process to end.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, I agree with the goal. 100%. I agree with the goal fully. The thing that I would be concerned about is how are they going to be concerned with ending all forms of oppression when everything I've read in critical race theory only deals with with one type of racism, one type of inequity, which is American anti-Black racism. And while that's a major factor, it's probably the biggest factor in terms of like racism in maybe actually second to indigenous history in the United States. But like it leaves out tons of other people. It leaves out people who are part of different religions or mixed histories or gay people, or there's so many people that just don't fit into what is considered, you know, white Christian normativity, that like it doesn't at all, it completely like ignores like this framework that American racial theory kind of looks at is just it's so narrow. And I know whenever I say it's narrow, people are like, oh, it's meant to be narrow. And I'm like, okay, but then it's not useful to me. It's useful when I'm examining, say, like a Black issue. When I'm looking at like police and Black people, 100% seems very useful. But it's not to me going to be useful enough to be applying to something like an education system or, you know, applying to anything that's meant to be broad, that's meant to appeal to a lot of different groups. I feel like this is similar to complaining about the pride flag not including people of color. No, I don't think so, Florian. The reason why is because their goal is to end all forms of oppression. If their goal was to just focus on anti-Black racism, then I think it's like totally legit to be hyper-focusing on things from a Black and like a Black American perspective, and seeing the world that way. But as we mentioned, there's a lot of problems that come with seeing the world that way and seeing oppression that way. Anyways.
End racism and maybe all oppression everywhere. I think it'll help click all this together if I give an example of this deconstruction and reconstruction process in action.
Like even the concept of being white is like, it falls into that, right? Like our concept of whiteness is, first of all, I mean, we all know it's very society created and stuff. And of course, not all, you know, Europeans are not the only people with very white skin. A lot of Iranians have very white skin. Some Indians have very white skin. Obviously, East Asians can have very white skin. There's tons of, yeah. So it's like, yeah, but and those people don't often get called white because they're very visually not European, right? And there's all these consequences that come along with that. But yeah, it's just an issue with language, not really critical race theory.
And I think the best example to give is an early place that they applied that process to, and that place was academia itself. So critical race theorists looked at academia, and they looked at the traditional ways that they felt academics are supposed to behave. And they boiled it down to a few values that academics are supposed to have. And those values were to be objective, neutral, and balanced. And they say those values aren't shared American values, or even...
Well, yeah, I mean, historically, Europeans were considered like, if we're going into ancient times, Europeans were considered barbarians. In reality, I mean, even like the majority of, in reality, like the majority of what critical race theory considers white culture is actually Middle Eastern culture, because the most of like our Western form of civilization actually comes from the Middle East. Remember, it's originally Middle Eastern. I mean, even Christianity is Middle Eastern. Our concepts of science, so much actually comes from like Islamic regions and Islam. So to me, when I read about this and they start saying that like so many things are just like white, they're all white. And I'm like, wait, the history of our mathematics it's not actually like just like white Europeans. Right? That's like not true. The history of science is not just like the history of germ theory and hygiene and stuff is not like white European Like a lot of those things come from, Chinese philosophy, or Middle Eastern philosophy or Middle Eastern science and stuff. So I think like it's one of those. I'm trying to think. Should I say this on stream because it's just like a theory? So I might be totally dumb here. But what it seems like to me is like this is kind of like a consequence of people actually listening and hearing racist history, which is like white people have a tendency, and white Europeans have a tendency to claim ownership of anything that we consider modern, civilized, any part of our modern society. When the reality is so different. I mean, like just guns were invented by the Chinese. Gunpowder. So like there's mathematics has a history in a mixture of Asia and the Middle East, and Europe, most famously in ancient Greece. But there's like a lot of stuff. I would say music, or formal music's very Western European. That's like one of the few things that I would say like, is very much. But a lot. I mean, I'm in the Islamic history department, so I know a lot about Islamic history, and it's crazy how much comes from Islamic history. It's crazy how much comes from there, right? That like we just assume is from white European culture, and it's kind of weird. So I don't know. Sometimes a lot of these things, it feels like they're infantilizing every other culture, and they're just like assuming that all the stuff that we've taken, that it's just like that it's all white Europeans. It's just not. Arist mathematics today is based on Western education, not Middle Eastern. I think it's like it's a mix. Warthongs. Zelda, chill out.
Even shared worldwide academic
Okay,
value.
I'll read more about it. From my understanding, like it was, but I'm always going to come at it from a more Middle Eastern perspective because that's just like the history that I read.
But instead values specifically from the white world. So critical race theorists believe that if you, as an academic, try to be objective, neutral, and balanced, regardless of your skin color, your academic voice is white. If your skin color happens to not be white, it just means that you've integrated into the white world, and in this case, effectively lost your racial identity when it comes to your academic voice. So,
okay, well, one of the good examples of that, one of the good examples of what we were just talking about is the concept of the Dark Ages, right? So, you guys have all heard the term Dark Ages before, right? Now, the Dark Ages, historiographically, has been a way to describe the period of the fall of Rome, usually up to around the high Middle Ages, sometimes the early Middle Ages. So maybe like in English history, it particularly ends in 1066 with William the Conqueror. So during that period, so there's this, there was this idea that it was dark. It was dark, meaning it was dark intellectually. It was like dark physically. There was very little civilization because Rome had fallen. But in reality, and it was only later when when the Renaissance came back that we got civilization back, and all of that stuff. But in reality, it was never dark. First of all, it's a very Western view of history because, as we know, it was only the Western Roman Empire that fell in 476. The Eastern Roman Empire never fell. It became the Byzantine Empire, right? I mean, it eventually did fall, but it didn't fall then. And then on top of that, then what happens? What happens like later, soon after Rome falls? Like something really big happens in Saudi Arabia. Like Muhammad comes and basically like starts the first caliphate and all of that stuff, and Islam starts spreading, and Islam brings a huge period of science and education and culture. A huge part of what Muhammad was doing was about bringing all these different cultures together, and was very academically focused. So like it was the opposite. In the Middle East, it was the opposite of a dark age. So it's like, so anyways, so it just demonstrates like how much, so the dark ages really never existed. It's not a real thing. It wasn't really dark. And it's a very Western view and a very faulty Western view to see that. And there's like a lot of things where we're always looking at things from like a Euro-Western centric perspective. I actually, when I first heard of critical race theory, I thought it was similar to that. You know, like always trying to look at things from like other perspectives. But yeah, it's kind of disappointing me. Yeah, we're talking about the warlord Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad did do a lot of nasty things. Like, don't worry. Like, I don't like act like he's like some fucking innocent person. But yeah, I was talking about the positive things. Veggie, thank you so much for resubscribing for 2 months in a row. Thank you. Thank you. We're actually getting close to my goal, of my sub goal today. Okay, but let's put it back
Critical race theorists think that this is racist because they think it presumes the superiority, in this case of white academic values. And they want to put forward their own race-conscious alternative that would be designed to be distinctively not white. And that's a voice that they grounded in the concept of authenticity. Authenticity here means resisting integrating into the pressures of the white world.
But see, and that's another thing, right? Like, there's also groups that are considered white that have been extremely historically oppressed. For example, like the Irish or, you know, or the Slavs, right? The Slavs in Russia. The Slavs in Russia were once considered like so pathetic and terrible that even the emperor, the Tsar of Russia, wouldn't even speak Russian because it was considered so low tier. So like, I don't like, you know, of course, white is very important in current American and, you know, American racial history, but I wouldn't look at all oppression or inequities from that lens. It feels like very narrow, and you're just going to end up completely getting away from anything that's close to truth.
World. So if you integrate into the white world, you're inauthentic. But if you remain true to yourself by resisting integration as someone that's not white, then you're authentic. Then they went further to define their authentic, non-white academic voice as...
But see, like, I could just totally imagine someone misusing this, you know? Especially that they don't consider there being, like, any objective truth. Like, someone could just be like, oh, like, showering is, like, Western-centric, so I don't need a shower. You know?
As specifically being subjective and political. So critical race theorists, as academics, intentionally reject being objective, neutral, and balanced, because that would mean that they're inauthentically white. So instead, they are expressly subjective and political. So this approach didn't come out of nowhere. It was inspired by an earlier group of thinkers, and most specifically from this man, who developed something called critical theory. According to him, critical theorists work in academia with their political goals in mind. So they subjectively slant their academic findings to accommodate their political goals. And this is also, for him, part of a broader goal of ending all forms of oppression. So that was an example of their deconstruction and reconstruction process in action. They deconstructed traditional academia and determined that it was white, and reconstructed their own take.
I totally disagree with the idea of not, just because I think I understand the idea that you can't fully ever be completely objective. That I totally buy, right? But that doesn't mean that objective truth doesn't exist. And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't strive for it. I feel like it's very, very important. And it's interesting that these ideas only take hold in like the humanities. You never see like a surgeon, you know, talking about like, you know, whether or not there's objectively this problem in your lungs that he needs to figure out, you know?
On academia using influences like Max Horkheimer in a way that they determined was authentically not white. So they could use that process and apply it elsewhere.
Welcome back to
so they
stream.
could say, look at your workplace and deconstruct your workplace with race consciousness to determine the hidden racial dynamics happening. And if there's any...
See, like, I'm totally for that. Like, let's look at the hidden racial dynamics that are going on in any little situation. Totally fine with that. Overthinking is my middle name, okay? Like, I love that shit. And I do think there's tons of inequities and things that, like, go towards, like, I mean, I would love to look at just Twitch this way, in the way, say, like, black women get treated as creators compared to white women, etc. Like, I think that that's totally valid, and that's a part of intersectionalism that I really respect. But yeah, it's more so, like, some of the underlying principles that so I don't, like, completely reject CRT. It's just, like, there's just some parts of it that I just do not sit well with me.
Potential racism happening. And if they do determine that there's racism happening, they can reconstruct their own
Here's his
alternative
lawnmower.
for your workplace that again
Who's the guy
takes race
presenting?
consciousness into account
Ryan
and is
Chapman.
designed to take racism out of your workplace. Let's talk about how they come to their conclusions. From what I can tell, critical race theorists use two main sources of evidence. One is to draw on their own personal experiences or the experiences of others that support their thesis. So throughout their work, you can find authors drawing on their own experiences. Like here, where an author talks about an experience in an elevator, and here, where an author talks about an experience on a playground as a kid. This is also called storytelling, experiential knowledge, or lived experience, and is peppered throughout their writing as means of supporting their claims. The other main source of evidence is to point to unwanted racial disparities in America, which means unwanted statistical differences between racial groups. So it could be infant mortality rates, life expectancy rates, incarceration rates, income levels, any unwanted group difference. And since
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to look critically at it, right? I totally buy it. Like, for example, Black people are much more likely to die of COVID and get COVID, both in the United States and in Canada. And so, like, very interesting fact, right? And I'm sure there's, like, I don't think any medical people, like, agree on the exact reason, whether or not it's a mix of genetics or, like, social issues or, connections to poverty, like, some things like that. There's probably, like, a mix of things. But it's important to look at it and see, like, how does race play a factor into this, and how does, like, our society seeing race? I just think that, like, I'm all for that. I just think that you gotta be careful before, like, you're using an important tool, but that tool can easily start to stab you too, right? So, like, you have to be careful not to go too extreme with this, because I think this can potentially cause more, more harm as well if it's misused.
Since critical race theorists are expressly subjective and political, and since their politics are to locate and to end racism in America, they don't objectively look at all the possible explanations
Yeah, the
for
whole
why these
lived
racial
experience
disparities
thing is just not my cup. It's not my lived experience, okay?
might be happening, and instead they default to claiming that they're all caused by racism. Here's them saying that in longer form. Racism advantages one group while disadvantaging another group, which they claim is enough to cause all unwanted group outcomes. This book goes further to say that since these unwanted disparities come from racism, anyone who's not actively working to end these disparities is effectively racist. Because there's no such thing as being not racist in his argument. You're either racist or you're...
Yeah, this is where it really loses me, because I actually think this is where it's very snobby. And this is where I think actually Karl Marx would actually not like it as well.
Anti-racist, and those are the terms that he set up in order to be anti-racist. There's a third source too, and I don't know if I would call it evidence, but it's a factor that critical race theorists bring into their analysis, and that's historical context. But again, this is done in a subjective, political way.
Did he say historical? Did he say historical? Oh, I love history.
Which means that they usually invoke a history of oppression to say that something is more racist than it might otherwise appear. So it could be a law, or it could be a...
Just imagine like a doctor not being willing to treat you because I'm sorry, like, your issues are just not my lived experience.
behavior, an attitude, or in this case, saying because of a history of oppression.
Follow me on Twitter, guys, by the way.
Differences...
I'm always updating Twitter, and I'm so witty. I'm like the wittiest person on Twitter, for sure. So, and if you want to see me get canceled, I get canceled every day.
Come from racism. I should talk about how they're using the term racism here, because it's not how we normally think of it. We normally think of racism as an attitude of inferiority or superiority towards someone based on race. So that is a type of racism that critical race theorists might recognize. But they're much more interested in racism in terms of how it relates to power structures. So they look at the power structures of society and say, if those power structures have a racial bias, meaning they're geared to benefit people of one race while being also geared to subordinate people of another race, then those power structures are racist, and anyone who's complicit with those power structures is also racist.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I don't know if I would take it to the extreme of the last comment he made, that anyone who's like involved in the structure is just racist automatically. Like, that, to me, that starts to justify, like, just killing any police officer automatically, like, even if they're a totally legit, amazing person, they're trying to reform the institution. But yeah, it sounds like systemic, like, racism, which is a part of intersectionality. So I'm fine with that. Like, I agree with that. Oh, oops.
So it has to do with your identity and how it relates to power structures. If those power structures benefit you and you're not actively against them, then you're racist. But on the other hand, if those power structures are deemed to be against you, then you're not capable of being racist because you don't have the power of these power structures behind you, and you're implicitly being oppressed pretty much all the time. Using that concept of racism and using the analytical toolkit that I've laid out, critical race theorists examined America and concluded that racism is a pillar that holds up American society to the extent that America is a regime of white supremacy. That includes most American institutions and most aspects of American life, like our laws, our education system, our culture, our economic system, and our politics, which is all generally shortened by critical race theorists down to being called the status quo. So critical race theorists believe that the status quo of America is the status quo of white supremacy. But it's not an explicit white supremacy. They believe it kind of hangs in the minds of white Americans in a subconscious kind of
Redfish, thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you. I really appreciate all the help with the subs this month, guys. I've had a hard month, so it means a lot.
Freudian way, where white Americans are kind of conditioned into a white supremacist mindset without necessarily being consciously aware of it. It's worth...
Yeah, I totally agree with this. Implicit bias, 100%. 100%. I don't think it's a way to... I wouldn't make people feel terrible about it because I don't think it's their fault. But yeah, we all have implicit biases. But I don't think... And this is where I think I reject with crit. I don't think that just because you're a part of that race, you're somehow not... You don't... Somehow, you can't be guilty of the implicit bias. I've totally absorbed some anti-Semitic narratives because we live in an anti-Semitic, society and all of that kind of stuff. I've absorbed some racist ones, like everyone here has. You're a human being, right? We live in a society, as we all say.
Mentioning that the word white here isn't necessarily used in the way that we normally think of it, because it doesn't
really,
necessarily
Roland?
correlate with your skin color.
I'll look into it, right?
So,
but I totally understand this idea that we all kind of absorb, social inequities and negative stereotypes. That there's always that there's often going to be these subjective attitudes where I'll judge a woman more harshly when she yells just subconsciously versus a man yelling, etc.
They think that since the norms of America are fundamentally white, anyone whose values are reflected in those norms and anyone who benefits from them and becomes successful within the regime of these norms may effectively also be white.
Did I hear that correctly? Did I hear that? Can we put that on again?
Correlate with your skin color. So they think that since the... it's worth mentioning that the word white here isn't necessarily used in the way that we normally think of it, because it doesn't necessarily correlate with your skin color. So they think that since the norms of America are fundamentally white, anyone whose values are reflected in those norms and anyone who benefits from them and becomes successful within the regime of these norms may effectively also be white. Because again, this is an argument that's grounded in integration. And if anyone integrates into the status quo, they might be called by critical race theorists white.
That's so racist. So by this logic, Oprah's white? By this logic, Beyonce's white? By this logic, Obama's white? Malcolm X is white? It just feels like such like erasure. And on top of that, it punishes people for finding success. If you're saying that success is inherently white, that's so racist. There's something so gross about that. And on top of that, where does that leave so-called model minorities that do well economically, like Jews or Asians? Are we just do we just not matter? This is very confusing. I think he means after Italian immigrants become more successful, we start seeing them as white. Yeah, but that just... No. I definitely think class structure 100% plays a role. like, yeah, like I actually am totally about like class structure. I'm sure that plays a huge role, but I don't think that, but I feel like this is a part of intersectionalism. So even if you're very wealthy and you're black, you're still going to be seen as black. So maybe it'll reduce the racism somewhat, but you're still going to always be like a victim of racism in comparison with like a white rich person. Right? So like that doesn't erase your skin color. I don't know.
regardless of their skin color. The point is that under these conditions, white Americans can't just share power with a more racial.
Yeah, but that just feels like it totally erases people that do well economically, like races, but still are historically oppressed. Like Jews are a great example. They do economically pretty well in, particularly in the United States. They did very well economically in Germany before they were genocided, right? Like sometimes like economics doesn't always correlate just nicely with genocide with oppression. It factors into it for sure because it intersects. We talked about the intersections of class and the Holocaust, but it's not like the entire thing. I would never say like an Asian person has achieved whiteness because they're part of a racial class that is more like economically successful. Because there's just so many types of different discrimination that's not economically based.
Racially diverse set of people to break out from being labeled a white supremacy, because the concept of white supremacy is built into the norms and the values of society itself. So if more people from different backgrounds integrate into those norms, then it'll still be a white supremacy, just with a more superficially diverse set of skin tones. Critical race theorists think that the only way that we can break out of this cycle is to change the values of society itself. So they think we need to perform sort of an exorcism on the status quo that expels the racism from the status quo. And then they think we need to make a new status quo free of racism, which is effectively making a new society. So then you might say, okay, well, what does this new society look like? And critical race theorists basically say that they're still figuring it out. They do sometimes hint that some huge change needs to happen, but I'm not aware of any kind of comprehensive vision that they've provided of what that change should look like. They respond to the criticism here of their lack of a vision for how to replace our existing status quo, and point to a few ideas that they've come up with so far. They mostly come from books that I've used as source material for this video, and I'll point to a couple examples just to be thorough. These people argue that we should make hate speech illegal against minorities because they say it affects minorities differently than it affects white people. And this argument is about moving away from one person, one vote and into race-conscious districting.
Okay, you know what this sounds like to me? If this is like, if it is the way this guy's presenting it, right? It sounds like, okay, you know the way conservatives think intersectionalism? You know how they imagine what intersectionalism is? That's like what critical race theory sounds like. You know? It honestly just feels like some weird logic to justify racism. It's like fucking pure horseshoe theory. I might be wrong. Yeah, maybe this is just a really biased source. I have a lot more reading to do. But like, I don't know. It just feels like just classic. Like, you go so left, you end up right where the Nazis fucking are. Into, like, racial conscious. Maybe talk to Joe Lewis about it. Yeah, I will.
Which means that we ensure people get political representation in proportion to their racial representation in the population. There's some other ideas that have been thrown out there too, like this prominent critical race theorist proposed that we make a department of anti-racism that oversees government officials for racist behavior and is also able to screen policy and reject it before it's passed if they believe it has any potential racism in it.
First of all, it's anti-democratic. And as a monarchist, I love it. Okay, so this is what you do. Ibrahim Kendi, you're brilliant. Ibrahim Kendi, sorry. Okay? What you do. So, the anti-racist department is going to be a monarchy. Right? The anti-racist department is going to be a monarchy, and the monarch can veto or accept certain laws that are passed by the by the democratically elected representatives. And the monarch is guided by the Constitution, which is anti-racist. Okay? Problem solved. Okay, so I'm launching a new theory called monarcho-critical race theory. New theory. Monarcho-critical race theory. Yeah, it's where we advocate for an anti-racist monarch. Yeah, it's monarcho, like wokeism. So it's where we advocate for an anti-racist monarch to always be able to veto any kind of bills that they feel like goes against the Constitution of anti-racism. And that monarch can never be wrong because it's their lived experience to be the representative of the Constitution, the anti-racist Constitution. That's their lived experience. Wait, Yi Hodges, you're leading? We gotta sell this to Zoomers right now. Exactly, Ali. I'm making the t-shirts. Critical Race Monarchy. Okay, you're right. Okay, Dr. Opa. Okay, we're renaming it to Critical Race Monarchy. That's good. That's good. Can someone help me? My eyes rolled away. Wow, Radical Calder. How are you not enjoying like my politics? This is how brilliance is formed. You're watching genius in the, in the process. Historically, the aristocracy has always been anti-racist. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Critical Race Monarchy. Here we go. Let me write down. We're gonna make the t-shirts and I will fucking sell them, okay? I will sell them. I'm writing this down. Like literally right now. It actually, I'm not even memeing, it would completely satisfy this guy's needs. You know?
And again, this is using their definition of racism, which means anything that perpetuates the status.
Oh, speaking of t-shirts, tomorrow, not tomorrow, Monday, we are going to be releasing our next big t-shirt. Just Album, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome to the Aristocracy. I hope it's my brilliance I'm a great political theorist that brought you to the team. But yeah, on Monday, we are going to be releasing our first official special t-shirt. We are doing a segment of like a series of history t-shirts, and it is going to be, and it's got like unique art on it and everything. And it is going to be the Black Death Tour t-shirt. So on the front, it's going to have like a rat. It's going to be like the Black Death Tour. And on the back, it'll have like all the tour dates of like the Black Death Plague and all the deaths. It'll be great. Mostly historically accurate, but it's actually very challenging to research that one. But yeah, after that we'll work on Critical Race Monarchy, okay? Very important.
Quo of white supremacy. Other authors.
Have you ever considered doing a stream on the history and commonalities of the reptilian conspiracy theory and anti-Semitism? No, but that's a good idea, Eddie. That's a good idea.
Suggested that critical race theory might be so heavily taught and ingrained in academia and the education system that it becomes so widespread that it isn't questioned anymore and becomes sort of a fact of life, subtle yet everywhere, like air in the atmosphere. There's also this idea that often kind of lurks in their writing that capitalism is a problem too and needs to somehow end. So that's probably on the agenda as well. But again, I haven't seen any kind of comprehensive.
I don't really like capitalism, but I don't know too much about economics, so I have no like intellectual way to critique it. Just going to throw this in, but what about the French Revolution? Yeah, we will. I'm actually we're going to do some really good Napoleon t-shirts.
Vision for what this new society.
Be careful with diving into conspiracy theories. Real easy to lose your mind. Yeah, the Purple Project, you're right.
So this is me just kind of piecing things together and take it with a grain of salt. And in case you're wondering if they're trying to lead us towards a future where we look at each other and even ourselves as human beings and not through racial differences, I didn't see any indication of it. So it could be, but the only arguments I saw we're trying to go in the opposite direction. Like here saying that we should return to racial nationalism, at least if we're not white. So it could be that things like race consciousness.
It's really funny. A lot of this shit justifies Zionism. I bet you all the people who are writing about this are like super anti-Zionist, but in like theory, that actually completely justifies Zionism. Fucking ironic. Warthongs. I'm sorry, Warthongs. It does justify. Okay, when you think about it, a Zionist is a critical race theorist towards Jewish history. I'm sorry. I can't keep a straight face. Okay. Unless you have something against James Lindsay, he's a good source to go right through all the theory. Okay, that's cool.
And racial nationalism are temporary.
I want to see and I'll listen to Vosh talking
really trying
about
to work
it
towards a post-racial world, but I haven't seen any critical race theorists say that. Probably the most controversial part of critical race theory is the claim that they're Marxist.
I don't think this guy's a right wing.
And it's true, but they're heavily adapting Marxism. So depending on how you count the adaptations, they're like third or fourth generation Marxism. And it's not my opinion. It's something that they're open about. So this basically...
I actually don't think Marx would like critical race theory. And actually, a lot of Marxists that I speak to have issues with this kind of have a heavy focus on race. So they actually think it goes against Marx.
Opens up a whole new can of worms. And if you're someone that's already kind of overwhelmed and you're not entirely sure what Marxism is, and you're just trying to understand critical race theory in a basic way to make decisions about how it should affect your life, I'd say don't worry too much about it.
You're a Marxist and you don't like, yeah, I mean, in traditional Marxism, it definitely goes against it, right? Because traditional Marxism is basically about the exact opposite, about like completely just destroying those concepts of race and just doing away with them.
I think Marxism is kind of a bonus way of understanding critical race theory. And if you have a problem with me saying
that makes sense.
Just remember that not everyone has a passion for political philosophy. And I think it's just too much to demand that people understand critical race theory through the lens of Marxism. If you do want to learn more about it, I've already made a video that explains how Marxism relates to modern identity politics movements in a very simple, easy to understand way. So you're welcome to check that out. And for this video, I'll just quickly say that Marxism for critical race theorists means that their worldview splits people into two camps, oppressed and oppressors. And what camp you're in is determined by your identity. So for...
Yep, this is my biggest problem. It's a very flawed way to look at the world. Is it an important lens to sometimes put on? Oh yeah, 100%. But you do not want to always have that on, right? It's a very flawed lens. It's a very narrow one. And this idea that the oppressed is always right, and the oppressor is always in the wrong is also flawed, right? I always have a tendency to take the side of the oppressed. Historically, it's what I connect to the most. I always like an underdog and all of that stuff. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there's kind of some moral association. You could say that it's morally wrong to be oppressing, right? But the overall morality of that individual or that group that's being oppressed versus the other, very different. I'll give you an example. So in the Rwandan genocide, the Tutsis were lighter skinned, still black, but like lighter skinned. And they were the historical oppressors of the Hutus. Two different tribes, different like racial ethnic groups in Rwanda. So they're historical oppressors of them. They made them second-class citizens. They basically participated in a very apartheid-like system. They paid them less. They mistreated them terribly. Eventually, the Hutus revolted, right? And when they revolted, they got incredibly angry. And they thought that the only way to end their oppression was to kill and wipe off every Tutsi on the earth. So they made these like big radio programs and calls telling people to pick, and started spreading machetes everywhere, telling people to just machete any Tutsi you saw on the street, a child, a woman, like anyone. And this way you would end your oppression, right? So it's like, there are just situations like that where it's, this group has been historically oppressed and you understand their anger and you connect to that, right? But it doesn't mean that everything they do is morally right. because at the end of the day, they ended up perpetuating a genocide and used that historical oppression as an excuse to perpetuate that genocide. The division between the Tutsis and the Hutus is not well known as far as I understand. It's not necessarily ethnic. Well, I think it's like some kind of like tribalistic group. I'm not really sure about the details. But yeah, that's just an example. And you see that in a lot of situations, like in history, with, look at Israel and Palestine. Jews are historically very, very oppressed. Probably the most oppressed that I can think of, right? They developed their own nation, right? And by consequence, the people who are living in Palestine, who have maybe historically been a part of, the Arab invasions and I don't know, like other groups, maybe like they've participated in more of being the oppressors historically, their nation or something. But now they're being oppressed. Does that make everything that Israel is doing okay? Does it make everything the Palestinians is doing okay? Like, depending on who you see as the ultimate oppressor, it's just like a very faulty way of looking at the world, and I wouldn't encourage anyone to look at that way. I do think it's important to always keep in mind power dynamics and influences and how that factors in, but it's like it has its limits.
For Karl Marx, it was class identity, and for critical race theorists, it's racial identity. So this is them just pretty much saying that. Class for Marx is race for critical race theorists.
Do you think many CRT scholars would argue that we can simply categorize people as oppressors and determine who is wrong just by that line in all context? No, probably. But I'm just kind of demonstrating, I'm sure they'd have a really smart answer. I'm just demonstrating just like how so often, there are just so many situations that I can think of where the group that is being oppressed is still, while they're being oppressed is wrong, that is always wrong. Like, it doesn't mean that they're the ones that are always like, morally correct or whatever. And that's definitely an impression I'm getting from some of this literature. But I mean, I've only been reading this for like today. So, this might be a very uncharitable interpretation for sure.
So this oppression is built into the nature of society itself, which
my impression so far is I like a lot of ideas in CRT. And I dislike a lot of ideas. So it's like it's a mix. I think there's some things that are useful, and this is like most theories. Some things are useful, some things are not useful. Right? So like I don't like just throw out the baby with the bathwater. I think there's some really interesting ideas. There were some in particular that I really connected with, especially this idea of, the melting pot being very flawed. And all that I connected to that immensely. But I definitely have to do some more reading. So I don't want to just completely throw it out, but I also think that there's some big flaws from what I understand, and I definitely don't connect to this idea of lived experience and storytelling. While I really love storytelling, you guys know storytelling is one of my favorite things. To me, storytelling is about promoting empathy as a way to get rid of our preconceived biases and connect to the truth more. But the way they see storytelling is as a way to demonstrate truth itself, because objective truth cannot exist. All you have is subjective truth, and I really reject that idea. Empathy is really important, but to me, empathy is just a tool to get rid of that cloud that clouds all of our minds when it comes to looking at something honestly. So it's really, really important for me, as a Jewish person, as an Israeli person, to say, look and hear stories from Palestinians. Because obviously I'm raised with so much propaganda and bias and all this kind of stuff. It's really important that I hear their stories. And by hearing their stories, it kind of gets rid of the cloud in my mind of that bias and that lived experience I have. And it's the empathy that helps me get through that. And then I could see clearly what's going on in Gaza. And that's an objective truth. So, like, that's to me how I would frame that.
Case of critical race theory is systemic racism. So the only way to get rid of systemic racism then is to change society itself. In other words, have a revolution. So you make the revolution happen by spreading awareness of that oppression. In other words, spreading race consciousness. And then once you've made enough people race conscious, they'll be able to rise up and make a new society free of oppression.
I hate to break it to these people, but historically, the people who suffer the most in revolutions are actually usually the people in the lower classes, whatever that is, whether it's racially, religiously, economically.
And the details of what that new society looked like are always kind of fuzzy, as told by the people advocating for it. So yeah, based on these 5 books,
I believe in what I would call moral realism. Moral realism is what I believe in. I'll talk about that sometime when I want to do a philosophy stream. I don't know if I'm in the mood. Yeah, I'm a moral realist. And that is actually the consensus amongst most philosophical scholars. You're probably surprised because it's not the consensus online by like internet warriors. Most people would say that they're moral anti-realists or moral relativists, in which case they're probably much more going to connect to this idea of there not being absolute truth. But a moral realist believes that you can find morals the same way you can find, the answer 2 + 2 = 4, etc. That doesn't mean that you think all morals are real. So you could think 99% of morals are all like society created or culturally relative or morally or relative or anything. But as long as you think just one is completely real, and goes cross cultures, cross time periods, all that stuff, then you're a moral realist. But yeah, moral realism is not cool, edgy enough. Yeah, but I'll talk about that another time. That's a whole other stream to do.
that was the most straightforward explanation of critical race theory that I could think of. If you want to do some research yourself, I found by far this was the most helpful, that went the deepest into their beliefs. But if you're short on time, I think something like this can still work, but by design, it's much more superficial. And yeah, looking forward for the next one, I'm thinking about doing a dedicated critique on critical race theory, but I haven't totally made up my mind yet. But if that's interesting, keep an eye out because that might be coming up. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
I thought that was a good video.
Helped your understanding of critical race theory.
If he wasn't being objective and he did have some kind of bias, it didn't come through. So, Lana, thank you so much for gifting those subs. Thank you. We're getting so close to my goal. Thank you. Could you link the video in chat? Yeah, I will. Yeah, this guy's great. Watch, I found out he's like a secret racist or something. It was a decent video. I think his bias is shown more in the later half. Yeah, maybe a little. I would wager that he was a little against it towards the end. He's obviously on the left, but he represented their views correctly. Can you do a quick overview for those who came in late? Okay, overview is that I'm learning critical race theory. I'm still getting to know it and understand it and all that stuff. I'm a historian by trade, so I'm always going to come at things from a historical perspective. And I'm just naturally skeptical of things that don't believe in things like objective truth, etc. Because critical race theory really values like lived experiences and stuff. So anyways, TLDR is my first impression is there are some useful things in critical race theory, but there are also a lot of really problematic things to me that could potentially cause more harm than the problems they're trying to solve. So that's my, oh my God. Sonia. Holy shit, Sonia, thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much for those gift subs. Oh my God, I think I'm gonna hit my sub goal for the first time in like weeks. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sonia, you're the best. Aw, Sonia, that's really nice of you to say. I'm glad that you stuck around. I'm honestly honored that you watched my stream. You're a very cool person. Everyone's a favorite history waifu. Okay, you don't have any other choices with history. There's no other history waifus, okay? It's like when someone tells you you're the prettiest girl in the room and there's no other girls. It's like, thanks, bro. There's no one else. You have no one else to work with. 4D chess. Subreddit review when? Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do it soon. If there's new things on the subreddit, I'll do it. Yeah, I still want to learn more about critical race theory. Do I want to learn for Breaker? Yeah, I don't know. Should I? Should I? I don't know. Can we have a stream dedicated to worshipping Levantine muscle hunks? Yes. Just is because you're working so hard on getting rid of the rest. Oh, Linder, thank you so much for that sticker. Wait, we're starting a hype train. Yay! Hype train. Very happy about the hype train. Let's put on some good music for the hype train. Put some good music. Royalty free happy. Oh, this is cute. What the fuck? Why is this woman so happy? It's creepy. Yeah, plants are good. Sharks? I don't know about sharks. I guess they're important for killing the squid. Listens to royalty-free music, but it's called an aristocracy. Okay. Durzel, I'm gonna give you... Okay, I am gonna give you some points for that. That was really witty. Okay? That was really good. That was really witty. Can we all just give props to Durzel for that witty as fuck comment? Like, I don't know if you thought of that on the fly or if you've been preparing that for the moment I put on royalty-free music, but that was good. That was really good. This beat is fire. Chat will love it. It's gotta be royalty-free, though. Otherwise, I'm gonna get in trouble. No, it's Missy Elliott. I can't listen to that. I can't listen to that. You're trying to get me in trouble. Shame. They're happy because it's royalty-free. No, the Soviet anthem got me in trouble, guys. This is the most capitalistic shit. Is that the Soviet anthem is literally controlled. Okay? No, I'm serious. When I played it, I got in trouble. I got copy striked. Like, for real. You know, Stalin did it. Like, I got sent it by Stalin. Yep. Yep. It's true. I'm sorry, I gotta leave a last message. To be frank, I don't know how much you've been around poor communities in poor black countries. When I think of that and the situation brown people are in some of their own countries, to hear you say Jews are most oppressed really burns me. Not because I want to be the most oppressed, but who would? I know you're discriminating against, but to say something that is so no goddamn disconnected from mine, maybe you've been misled from a young age. Otto, okay. When I maybe I misspoke, but what I meant was like historically, from what I could think of, they were like the most oppressed I could think of, and I said that in a very casual way, like it wasn't because like I just can't think of a group that has historically been oppressed for such a long period of time. But I mean, oppression shows different faces in different ways and has ups and downs in different, in different situations. So. I'm sorry that it upset you. But yeah, I totally know that there's tons of other groups that are incredibly oppressed. I mean, you look at especially in like the indigenous peoples of the Americas and what happened to them. They didn't have a third of their population genocided. It was literally 90%. So yeah. But yeah, like that's why when you're thinking about most, it just totally depends on like what you're considering most. It's like I'm always gonna be thinking of like history and long-term periods. I'm also living in a society that's always downplaying Jewish oppression, so it might be like a natural kind of reaction to just like say that naturally, But yeah, in the United States, Jews are technically have the most hate crimes committed against them, so that's definitely true. Globally today, Christians are the most oppressed. We just don't think about the fact that we are looking from a Western perspective. Christians are oppressed, actually, in the Middle East. You're right about that. Didn't you hear some guy on TikTok said Jews are white and do not have it that bad, so it must be true? Yeah. I don't know. Okay, never mind. This is supposed to be a happy hype train. Guys, please. 7 seconds. Are we only gonna get a level 4? It's too late. It's done. Nope. Guys. I'm no longer happy. Even though oppression against Jews has ended. My hype train only hit level 4. It's a good sticker, Lindy. But it's not enough. And I know you're gonna reach the end of your bits, and then it's gonna be over. I know, Zonia, it does feel bad. Roland, you don't deserve to be happy, okay? I just threw my spoon. Did you hear that? I did that for you. Never mind, we got a positive comment, guys. Okay, back to happy music. Wait, where is it? Oh no, I lost it. I lost the happy music. There. This type of chat feels so foreign to me since I'm so used to present day news and Western centric stuff. Hopefully this is weird feeling. It changes the more I watch you. Oh, well, I hope it changes too. Well, you're always welcome, iFlyrims. I'm glad that you're giving me a chance. It means a lot. Wait, why am I sad still? Why am I sad still? Never mind. I'm happy. Lana, thanks so much for those bits. Honestly, I'm trying to just bring more diversity, I guess, like, you know, to the Twitch scene. But we do talk about current political issues. I mean, in a way, CRT is a very current political issue because right now the Republicans are raging about it, right? And I know my instinct as someone who doesn't like Republicans is to always be like, oh, like, be pro whatever the Republicans are against. But we need to not fall into that tribalistic, trap. Negation, thank you so much. I'm glad you've enjoyed the stream. Okay. We want to listen to PragerU. If CRT is good, though, you should be pro it. Okay, well, Britt, I see some positives and I see some negatives. Okay? I'm going to be a radical centrist about it. But yeah, if anyone has a good video that explains CRT in, like, a positive light, that would be really good. Just so we can get some balance. Maybe there's, like, a crash course. No, I don't know if I want to listen to Fox News. I don't know if I want to listen to PragerU. See, only people are... I don't know if I want to listen to Candace Owens. Wait, isn't that guy just... doesn't do comedy? Well, even if CRT is cringe, probably not because of Republican arguments. Yeah, no, you're right. That's a good point, Manessa. What balance? You just had a positive view. Where's, like... Is there anything that's not conservative, like, about this? Oh, okay. Vosh. Vosh, let's listen to Vosh. Papa Vosh. Oh my god, Vincent, thank you so much for pledging on Patreon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, Vincent, to the patrons. Tomorrow we are having our second ever patron-only event. Where we all hang out and we party and we play games and it's a fucking blast. So you should definitely come. It's actually, just so you guys know, if you're a patron and you're listening, it is in Calliope Club. And if you are nervous to come, don't worry, you don't need to talk. You can just be typing. Like, don't feel like you have to talk. It's totally fine. We welcome all shy people.
My
Boo, I'm not a
wonderful friends.
Patreon. Well, maybe you should become a patron. Cough, cough. Okay. Sorry, I need to fix a bad typo. CRT seems to only take the perspective of Black Americans. It doesn't seem to include perspective of the other oppressed minorities. Yeah, that's my main issue with it. I just don't feel, I feel very unincluded in it. And I feel like a history, any kind of thing that claims to be critical of race and examine power structures and the inequities in race should include other oppressed minorities. And the fact that it segments it to a very specific grouping of what it considers people of color, and kind of ignores those people of color anyways, because it's very focusing on Black Americans. It totally makes sense why you would focus on Black Americans because of the amount of racism and the history there. But it just naturally, you know, is not inclusive, right? And it's very American-centric because, of course, around the world, you know, primary racism and genocide and slavery and all those things has taken other forms with other races and other kinds of divides. So, like, looking at it from that American lens, you know, the American lens when it comes to looking at racial inequality is, this is, to literally, it's black and white, right? And it's a flawed way of looking at inequities throughout the world.
What is critical race theory? A question many have asked, mostly conservatives, by the way, because they have no idea.
Thanks, Soulfood.
Anyway, we run through PragerU every once in a while, but the reason why
That's what I try to bring you. Good criticism instead of like the shitty fucking criticism that you get typically, especially from right-wing sources. Like, holy fuck.
I'm specifically excited about this one is
Your
because
vision
the
is basically a
person
live
who's
stream.
heading it, okay? Get ready for it, people. Come on,
Okay, so we're watching Vosh watch Prairie.
You heard about critical race theory?
What the fuck? Simmons Wakey, thank you so much for those huge gift subs. Oh my god. This has been like such a good stream. Thank you. Holy shit. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you.
I have.
Sir McSwinky, I appreciate you. Thanks so much. I know that, like, yeah, I really appreciate, like, all the help that you've done for me. Thank you. Like, really. You get the 2-in-1 of a positive viewpoint and a negative viewpoint. Yeah, exactly, Strictly Peva. I think obese people are the most oppressed. There's actually a good argument for that. Annie, thanks so much for gifting that sub to iFryams.
Guessing you probably have.
True.
It has already insinuated itself into many
Yep,
iFryams,
that-
you now get a fancy crown by your name. Don't worry, you can still be a leftist. Even with the crown by your name.
James Lindsay, people. Who here knows who James Lindsay is?
Can you raise the sound of the video? It's so low compared to your voice. Oh yeah, sorry.
Come on. Any of you? James Lindsay is a really silly guy. If anyone follows him on Twitter, it's really good content. He talks about two things, okay? He talks about critical race theory and the woke. It's always the woke, by the way, not woke, whatever. It's the woke. The same way that, like, a cryptic mad...
We need animated emotes really badly. I didn't even know you could do animate. Yeah, I could add some emotes. I'll work on that. I actually know someone who's a good animator. Yeah, guys, we hit my goal of 50 subs. Thank you. Now I'm gonna go. Bye. Bye. I'm kidding. I could never leave you guys, okay?
prophet from like the 3rd century BC would talk about how the orbit of the moon foretells the death of an emperor, you know? He sounds
No,
like,
it's not monarcho-anarcho communism anymore, right? It's critical race monarchy.
Like an absolute nut job on social media, and he tweets constantly. I mean, he's always on Twitter. I don't know
Now I must
how
continue
they
the
pulled
revolution. Okay, let me put up for. I always forget.
the phone out of his hands for this PragerU bit, but you know, he'll say the wildest shit, and the shit he says, by the way, makes no sense. He'll say something like, "The woke discourse in academia is analogous to the mean."
Yeah, I don't agree with Vosh on a lot of things, but behind the scenes, he's being really, really nice to me. And I also really admire his commitment to always like improving and changing, which is something that is hard to do online when like shit is always in the past. Like everything, all your past is online and people are always bringing that shit up. So I admire that he does that. And also, do you guys remember I told you that there was like a moment a few weeks ago where streamer was really mean to me, made me sad, all that stuff. It was before a stream. I felt really anxious because the person that was kind of like rude to me, they accused me of something that I'm insecure about. So that always really sucks. So I felt really bad about it. No, it was not Bad Bunny. But yeah, I'm not gonna say who it was because I don't want to create any drama with them, and I don't want to. And I know it would just make people go to their chat and shit on them. So it's just like, yeah, not a thing. But anyways, yeah, they were really mean to me. They blocked me like out of nowhere, like very rude. Anyways, so I messaged Vosh about it because I'm really anxious because the person was claiming that like everyone hates me, which is an insecurity of mine. I have social anxiety, right? So like this person had like the way they were framing it was like, oh, like, you know, like we have this perspective about you. You know? And so I got really anxious. I was like, oh my God, like there's this, felt like, oh, there's this like this in crowd of cool streamers and they all hate me. And like the popular kids hate me. Just like an old classic thing like that, right? Anyway, so I messaged Vosh out of nowhere because I'm anxious as fuck about it, right? And Vosh was so nice in response. Like he didn't just give me like this typical canned response. Like he gave me like a really sweet response where he just totally dispelled that idea, said it was bullshit, said that I need to keep doing exactly what I'm doing, and pushing and being ambitious with my content, and like, yeah, and he was really supportive and really, really kind. Just behind the scenes. He had no reason to do that, right? No reason. There's no benefit to him. I'm a much smaller streamer in comparison with him. He had no reason to do that. So he's being very, very nice behind closed doors. So I'm immediately going to be, you know, as critical race theorists would say, okay, my lived experience, okay, is pro Vosh. So, and no, I will not participate in your like idea that you have to pick Destiny or Vosh, okay? I like them both because they've both been very kind to me behind the scenes. And I admire them both for different reasons. His chat always spams happy emotes when you're new in dungeon. Oh, that's really sweet. His, we have like some disagreements. The thing is that, I don't know, I always feel like streamers are always going to put on some kind of face in the front because, you know, there's a profit motive. Like, maybe some of them are playing a character. Like, some people are like their streams behind closed doors. Some people aren't. Vosh is not like a super social guy behind the scenes. Like, he's not like cozying up to everyone, becoming super good friends with everyone, right? But he's just like calmly kind. That's how I'll describe it. Calmly kind. Vosh has and likes a lot of has a lot of respect for your content. He said so on stream before. Oh, that's really sweet of him. That's really nice of him. I think Desi and Vosh are both bring a lot of value to the discourse, even though I think they're cringe at times. Yeah, I mean, dear God, if I'm fucking cringe all the time. When you're streaming, that's part of what you do in streaming. You're always putting yourself out there. So yeah, you're gonna have moments where you mess up. Oh, you guys, you have no clue how cruel aristocracy. Okay, rolling back to the dungeon. Back to the tower. Send him to the tower. I was trying to be mean to Vosh. He seems like a nice guy, and I don't really watch Destiny. Just seems past comments turn me off. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, he's made some... When I first heard about Vosh, the way I heard about him was he was the guy that said that he wanted to glass Israel. Okay? Like, that was the Yeah, that was the ad. That was my first impression. It wasn't exactly a positive one, but as like I watched more of his content, especially as I watched more as he's grown, and especially when I did my interview with him and how willing he was to apologize for his mistakes. And he just came at it with like a huge sense of maturity and self-reflection that I just really admired. Now Vosh is pretty base. Yeah. And he's also been, I'm not gonna lie, like when someone's nice to me behind the scenes, it makes me feel good, you know? It's like, oh, you've got a good heart. You've got a good soul. It's like Joe Biden, you know? I could see Joe Biden's soul. I can see Vosh's soul, okay? As a baby leftist, I really appreciate that you have different views. That's something that other notable leftists. Thanks, Ollie. Thank you. I'm gonna sound like a hipster, but I'm not gonna say it. It's too cringy. I was like, nope, that's bad. Too cringy. And everyone says fucking dumb shit. The problem is when you're a streamer, you say the dumb shit and it's always gonna follow you wherever you go. It's part of what you give up when you stream. Confirm that Vosh makes Aristocracy feel good about herself. Where's the disagreement though? I'm really trying to my best not to turn into a Vosh since he's the only person I watch. Oh my god. There's been a bunch of things that I have a feeling I'm gonna disagree with him on critical race theory. We'll see though. But I don't know. Well, we'll see. I know we've had some minor disagreements about Israel-Palestine, though I feel like he's changed his mind a little. In like the last year. What do you think about the PA canceling the vaccines from Israel? I think it's gross. And I think it's fucking pathetic, and that shit makes me hate the PA. Like, honestly. My only problem with that Glass Israel thing is that he's never said that about any other country. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of problems with the Glass Israel thing. I feel like he has problems that he knows he shouldn't have said that, right? I think he told me he was just angry at the time. Like, he doesn't really think that. When you're angry, you say dumb things sometimes. Yeah, no, on the majority of things, we agree on Israel-Palestine. So, yeah, I think he's just said things out of anger sometimes. Yeah, that's why in The Sims we gave him the angry, what was it? Like the angry, quality.
Means by which oh wait, hold on. I don't need to make fun of him. He just does this himself. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing.
Based is the opposite of woke. Anti-woke won't cut it.
This
it's
is
time
like
to
too
get
fast.
based.
I can't handle
Manifesto
shit.
for the base. I'm gonna be real with you. This is pretty cringe. It's a virgin move right here. Okay. Yeah, you guys saw this? You saw this got retweet? Yeah. This guy. Yeah. This guy's well, I actually encountered him, not based on his deranged ramblings about the woke or whatever. I actually encountered him back in the day because he posted some article about how nobody on the left is willing to debate anymore, or like at all, which is, of course, basically like throwing
Wait, I know that's not true.
red meat into an arena full of ravenous boars, and all the lefty debate bros will run out there to, engage, and a bunch of that, because there were only so many lefty debate types. James Lindsay was like, when they started showing up there, he was like, who even are you? You don't have enough followers to debate me. And then I showed up. I had some followers. And he...
What a self-important prick. He thinks he's got followers? Look at it. Only 191,000 views? Pathetic. Compare that to my epic views. Okay? Just compare that. Look at this shit. Most recent video. 3,100. Wait a minute. Fuck. That's less than his. Shit. I thought I had more views, guys. It seems like you all need to watch some more of my videos, huh? Sad time, but let's put back on the sad. I should just get like a stream. What do you call those things where you just like click a button and then immediately plays the song you need to play it? Yeah, I just cell phoned myself. Quality is quantity. Are you implying that my fans are higher quality than Vaj's fans? Because I don't know if that's true. Okay. And don't worry, your fame will get in your head in obnoxious ways eventually. We'll make it happen. Zodia, it's already in my head, okay? Like, I go to, like, the grocery store, and I'm like, guys, do you know who I am? I am the most famous political cartoon on the internet. Okay. Alright, you know who I am. I have almost 8K followers on Twitch. Do you know who I am? I am the biggest history streamer on Twitch. The only history streamer on Twitch, but the biggest. By default. I mean, if it's true that I am a fan, and it's true that I am a person of Lyra's high quality and much later. Honestly, the Hershot kid, you've got fantastic logic right there. That was top tier logic. Honestly, it's my lived experience that I'm a bigger streamer than Vosh. So this seems like some objective truth right there, those numbers. I don't know if you guys see that. Like, yeah, I don't believe in objective truth. So, in my lived experience, my video is a much popular video. All right? You cannot counter me. It's my lived experience. Shush. Shame on all of you. Zelda, stop licking my feet. That tickles. Stop it. Fuck off with that joke. Take your noise out of the books for half a second. Look up Jesus. I don't even use the term, but I'll just walk around and make you casual jokes about things meant to help Jews, like you are doing with blacks and other people of color. Wait, I don't understand. Like, just because I disagree with one aspect of critical race theory doesn't mean, like, I feel like assuming that, I don't know, like, I feel like there's an objective truth that black people are equal and should be treated with respect, and we should learn about black history and about African history and all those things. And I don't think that those things, like, go against objective truth. I feel like that idea is almost like racist itself. I don't know. Just my opinion. But it might come from a place of ignorance because God knows I do not know anything about critical race theory. I'm learning with you guys. Maybe Vosh will teach me. Vosh, great Vosh, teach me. Teach me your ways. Play this royalty-free beat. Let's see that shit. Okay, it's not royalty-free. Stop it. Stop it.
Said, is that a cartoon picture?
Stinky Lad, are you pro critical race theory or no? I would say that so far I'm leaning towards the no, but I do think that there are some really, like, solid things within there that I think are very useful. I think there are some good things within the race theory. It's just like there's a lot of it that just does not connect to me. But for all I know, I'm being presented with a very wrong idea of what critical race theory is. So I'm interested to hear Vosh's perspective. I'm still learning.
For your Twitter avatar, take this seriously, you know? So it's like nobody on the left will debate. He's right, I don't take him too seriously. Nobody on the left will debate. Now let me spend 6 hours today on Twitter explaining to 73 lefty debate bros why I don't care enough to debate them, and, you know. Anyway. Critical race theory, huh? You know? Why do conservatives get so mad over critical race theory? I'm going to make some predictions in this video, okay? This video is going to describe critical race theory in a couple of ways, okay? We're going to start out with a couple of broad definitions that are sort of accurate when they talk about how critical race theory boils race relations down to power relations, victim and victor, that sort of thing, which is simplistic, but at least it's in the right direction. And then as we go further on, it's going to turn into about 3 minutes, I'd say. About 60% of this video is going to be about the those federal employee training programs that taught white people it's bad to be white. That's going to
No.
be most of it.
Eddie, it's not just for patrons. It's not just for, it's my Discord server is for everyone. It's called Calliopean Club. It's actually, it existed before I even had a stream. So it's its own community. It's very special. It's an intellectual community. I encourage you guys to all join. It's a great place to meet other people, and to meet your, intellectual, GF there.
I'm going to say the vast majority of this video is going to be fear-mongering about a tiny minority of a liberal application of critical race theory rather than the actual ideology. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch this video, we're going to make fun of it, and then I'm going to explain what critical race theory is. Won't that be fun? We can all learn together, okay? Well, you'll all learn, because I'll be saying it, but, I learned from teaching.
Institutions and is making rapid progress into others.
I want to learn, Vosh.
If it takes hold, it will completely change the very nature of America and the way you live.
Oh, that's
I
kind
have
of
a
Critical
bad.
race theory holds that the most important thing about you is your race.
No.
The color of your skin. That's who you are. Not your
No.
Shut up, man. Can you hear?
No. Critical race theory doesn't make any prescriptive judgments about how important race is to you. That's not true. I mean, it holds the belief that race is an important component of how people treat each other, but that's descriptive, not prescriptive. They're saying that is the case, not that that should be the case. I think most critical race theorists would argue, I think, in favor of racial abolition if they go down the path far enough,
behavior, not your values, not your environment.
I agree, but I do think that there's an argument that their heavy focus on race could potentially keep us from going to that direction, and the opposite.
Your race.
That's not true.
In critical race theory, if you are a member of a minoritized racial group, their
Alpha
term,
credit.
not mine,
Is it?
you are a victim of a system that is rigged against you.
True.
A system that doesn't want you to succeed.
True, yeah.
On the other hand, if your race is privileged, you're an exploiter, whether you intend to be or not. Critical race theory...
So this point is a little bit nuanced, okay? We're going to need to engage in a little bit of nuance, all right? Everyone, stretch out a little bit, okay?
Okay, I'm
So,
stretching, Vash. I'm
Sometimes
stretching.
you'll hear arguments from progressive people saying that, like, the whites are always exploiting,
The
even if they're
whites.
not personally racist, even if you never personally benefited
Yeah,
from
implicit
the
bias.
labor of a
I buy
slave
into that
directly
concept.
under your employ or control, I guess, because you didn't employ slaves. You still benefit from the systems of power that those things took place in. And that's true. So I'm a white guy. I have never, this is to my knowledge, okay, I've never owned a slave, and, don't think so. I have no reason to believe so.
I'm just saying, Vosh. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of sketchy. Vosh just made a huge claim. No, I firearms. I agree with that. That's why I think I don't believe in colorblind anti-racism. I think that's really wrong. I just think that you can also potentially go the other way if you go too extreme. If you're trying to fix inequities and you just start creating more, and you start creating more resentment and stuff. So if I started grading my my purple students more easily versus my non-purple students, that'll I could be creating more inequities and just creating another problem, and justifying it that way.
Even. But the wealth that my family holds and the benefits that my grandpappy and my great-grandpappy and what have you were.
Okay, colorblindness is great in theory, but the problem is that it also ignores the current inequities of what's going on. So you don't want to just be I'm colorblind, I don't see color, when in reality, you probably do see color. You probably have some implicit biases that come along with seeing those colors because of movies and the society we live in and all that stuff. So ignoring that, acting like that doesn't exist just helps perpetuate it, right? Because then you cannot you first got to acknowledge there's a problem in order to fix it. And I'm totally down for that. It's just sometimes some of the theory that I've read takes it to a real extreme that I don't like.
Able to take advantage of were molded in part, at least, by the fact that they would have had a slightly easier time about it than they would have if they were black, Now, that doesn't mean every white person is living some godly privileged life where they're sitting on a golden throne being carried around by POC or anything. It just means if I look back through my family history and I think where would I be today if my great-great-grandfather, who immigrated here from Poland, if he had been black and had been a recently freed slave instead, and everything else was kept the same, but that. And I have to think, probably would have been a little different. Probably would have been a little harder for you know, my descendants from that point forward. And maybe I wouldn't have gotten to go to Beverly Hills High School, you know? Just maybe not, maybe possibly. It's all a stats game. When you're talking about
Stinky Lord, I guess it just depends on your definition of colorblind. You might be right with your definition.
thousands and millions of people.
But I welcome you to stay in the stream. I love having people that disagree with me. I don't want to create like some kind of echo chamber here.
When you're talking about racial biases in relation to that number of people, it's not really about any individual's benefit. It's about broad statistical predictions. But this isn't prescriptive. This doesn't mean that white people are guilty. It doesn't mean white people are doing anything wrong, you know. If you're born into a system that kind of likes you a little bit because of your skin color, that doesn't make you a bad person, but it's probably something you should recognize, you know? Probably something you should think about for a little bit at least.
Critical race theory begins from the assumption that racism occurs in all interactions. To see how this works, consider this thought experiment. Imagine you own a shop and two customers enter at the same time, one white and one black.
Okay.
Who do you help first?
Wait. The ordinary American cashier would help the person as they in the order in which they enter the store. But a critical race theorist would always prioritize helping the black person because of this. Is that really where we're going? That's where we're going right now, isn't it? This is the best thought experiment they could come up with?
If you help the black person first, critical race theory would say you did so because you don't trust black people to be left alone in your store.
What? Wait, it was even stupider than what I thought it was going to be.
Yeah,
what?
That was like,
black person.
I thought it was going to be what Vosh said. I was like, oh, like that kind of makes sense with what we've read about critical race theory, but I'm like, no.
First, it's because you want to get them out of there as quickly as you can. If you want to help the white person first, that means that you trust white people more and you like talking to white people and you hate talking to black people. What are you talking about? Well, you know, I'll hand it to these guys. I can't prove a negative, but I have never seen a critical race theorist say this, and I don't think they have either. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say that nobody has ever said this. That if you trawl through the millions and billions of stupid dumbfuck lefty Twitter posts, you will never find anything like this, okay? I challenge James Lindsay to go...
So that's why I feel like you could have made a PragerU video about the criticisms that I laid out. Just from, like, you know, my brief ignorance of just delving into this idea. And that would have been fine. Obviously, I'm sure it's flawed in plenty of ways, but it would have been better than, like, this joke that they just went to. It's so weird. Zoid, the fucking troll faces.
Rolling through Twitter to find some 2-like tweet from a 14-year-old, okay? And explain to me how they based their understanding of critical race theory off that.
CRTs does, from what I've read, it would say to, like, you know, that you should interact with the black person first. Oh my god, the fucking trolls. Dear God.
That's racist. If you help the white person first instead, critical race theory would say you did so because you think blacks are second-class citizens.
What?
That's racist too. That's
okay. Just to be perfectly clear, okay? If anyone, I invite conservatives to think about this for a second. Do you really believe that an academic discipline is so? They do believe this. I don't know why I'm asking, but I'll ask it anyway. Do you really believe that an academic discipline is just a bunch of catch-22s where you're racist no matter what you do, and the entire purpose of that discipline?
Golden Loon, I never see you chatting. You know, you've got one of the fanciest crowns. I love that fucking crown on you.
It's just to explain to white people that no matter what choice they make, if you see a black person coming at you down the street on the sidewalk, do you stay on your side of the sidewalk or do you go to the other sidewalk? If you go to the other sidewalk, you're racist because you want to avoid interaction with black people. But if you stay on your side of the sidewalk, you're actually being double racist because you're overcompensating for the fact that your white biology wants you to move to the other side of the sidewalk. Like, it's interesting.
Yeah, that logic makes zero sense. What books, papers, or articles have you read on CRT? Oh my god, like I've only read summaries of other people's books. But I linked the sources because we went through, I linked the sources of the video here that I watched here. So that's why I'm sure I have a very flawed view of what it is. I'll link them. Yeah, it was a summary of these ones.
Because I think that the PragerU people are projecting a bit of their racism onto this analysis. For example, the only way their critical race theory analogy would make sense is if the shop tender in this example was white. But they didn't specify that, did they? They just kind of assumed it, which is interesting to say the least. The only way these catch-22s work is if you're under the impression that, like, people are inherently racist. And critical race theory exists to point that out. Like, I just don't know which direction we're going with this.
That's critical race theory. It can find racism in anything, even if it has to read your mind to do it. Critical race theory.
Well, to be fair, the only way you could ever see racism is to infer it. People don't say they're racist, or at least very few people do. If there's racist behavior, you have to use inference to determine whether or not it's motivated by some, racist preconceptions.
Is a uniquely American invention. Brewed up at Harvard Law School in the 70s, now part of the academic and media mainstream, it is also...
Wait. Okay, hold on. Wait. One piece of misinformation at a time. Okay, hold on.
Critical race theory is a uniquely American invention.
Okay. As I understand it...
Bitty, yeah. Like, I've literally only started delving into this today. Critical race theory is mostly a legal theory, and my area is history. So it's, like, very different. So, I mean, I know a lot about the social inequities and the history of, American racism against Black people. For example, in the history of, like, the transatlantic slave trade. But, the critical race theory, I'm, like, very ignorant about. So I literally just have, basically spark notes of it, and that's what I'm trying to learn.
Critical race theory, as it's understood today, has its philosophical roots in a wide range of European academics, does it not? I'm pretty sure, isn't this stuff often tied to the Frankfurt School?
That's probably
The
why
Frankfurt
it
School
doesn't
was,
sit
they
well
were
too well
Europeans?
with me right now.
Like,
and also, like, I don't know a lot about American law because I'm not American. And it's very American focused, so that's probably one of the reasons why it's not connecting to me much. It's very focused on, like, American inequities and looking specifically at race from an American, like, racial lens.
I mean, you could say that this originated in America, but you know what else did? Everything! It's goddamn America!
Brewed up at Harvard.
I disagree with Wash here. I feel like that's bad. It's not, I don't think, like, okay, one of the problems that we've read is that it examines, like, racial inequities purely based on things like skin color, and it also focuses, like, which is, I mean, historically semi-flawed, right? Inequities are very different. And I mean, when they talk about history and stuff, there's also, like, a lot of flaws that happen in critical race theory from what I've read. From a more world perspective, they really are only talking about anti-Black racism. That really seems to be the focus. They seem to have used the term people of color to try to be more inclusive, but they really are not including, like, from what I've read, it really does not feel like it's intentionally trying to include, like, Mexicans or Indians or Arabs or, like, any other group that would be considered a person of color, maybe, like, in a casual sense. Tiberius, thanks so much for resubscribing for 2 months. You did it for the emotes. Well, whatever, I'll take it. But yeah, so that's like one of my main issues with it. And that makes sense because it was written mostly as a way to examine the inequities that Black Americans have in the American legal system. So of course it's going to be very focused on America, but I do think that's a valid criticism, because especially from, not everyone's American. And it just, like, and I made a tweet about it this morning when I was reading about it, because it just reminds me so much of, like, the way people, it's not called American critical race theory. It's called critical race theory. And it's ironically participating in the exact same thing it's trying to critique, just by its own nation, its own very name, where it's just assuming that anything that is going on in the United States and that the lens you use in the United States would apply everywhere. And it's just not true. And it's actually it reminds me a lot of Eurocentric attitudes. Oh, to be fair, America is the center of the universe. No, it's not. Stop it. I throw a spin at you.
Harvard Law School in the 70s.
But yeah, like, I actually, my first impression of critical race theory was I thought it was intersectionalism. I thought it was just a part of intersectionalism. And I was wrong when I was reading about it. It was, like, way more intense than that. Yeah, that was a little disappointing.
Now part of the academic and media mainstream.
That's not true at all. Critical race theory is an idea that's bandied about in the humanities. The idea that it's, like, the...
Yeah, it's not mainstream it's definitely not mainstream in history. Definitely not. Like, I mean, I went through history not learning about it whatsoever, but in a Canadian university.
The holistic totality of academic or media mainstream, this is not true. It's not even remotely true.
Yeah, that's why I think a lot of this is fear-mongering from conservatives trying to say that this is, like, something that's really dangerous. It's like, it's going to really get to all your schools and all this stuff. It's, like, mainstream and academic. I don't think it's as mainstream as people say it is. Because, I mean, I went through academia not learning about it whatsoever. It does maintain the importance of intersectionality, though. Yeah, I'm sure it does. For the most part, don't think most authors are race reductionists in the way Tankies do class reductionism. Yeah, that makes sense.
It is also uniquely un-American because it rejects the core tenets of the American classically liberal Judeo-Christian value system.
Oh, they fucking lost me at that. Like, come on. First of all, I hate the term Judeo-Christian values. Right? We've talked a bit about why that term is so flawed. That's its own thing, right? But that's a thing for another stream. But it's also like, I actually think it's uniquely American, than the opposite. And I think that that's actually the biggest flaw within critical race theory, is how American it is. Judeo-Christian, my Ashkenazi ass. Exactly, Ashmart. Exactly. You fucking know it.
You know, this is a bit apropos of nothing.
Don't go to college, Salt.
But I like the fact that the PragerU people keep using the term Judeo-Christian.
But it's not broad. If it's meant to be broad, it's failing hardcore. Like, from what I've read, and I've read like some of the summaries that we've gotten are from like actual scholars. So I mean, I don't want to have to fucking read all the details of these books. I need to trust some good summaries, but like, it does not read like something that can be applied to any other regions. I mean, also just saying things like science comes from like a Western history, it's just not true. Like, how much science was invented in the Middle East? Our modern idea of the West comes from the Middle East. True story. We used to consider the Europeans the barbarians. Yeah, sometimes I feel like critical race theory is like the victim of like, it's like a reaction to being served really terrible Americanized history. You know, like where like they're like they get the history that Americans get taught is so bad. Like, I don't mean to insult you guys. Like, it's really bad. Okay, I do mean insult. It's really bad, guys. Like, I mean, Americans get taught that they started a revolution because they didn't like they didn't want taxes on tea. No. Americans get taught like that, like, you know, that the kind of slavery that they perpetuated was like typical. No. Americans get taught a lot of bullshit. Like, Americans get taught that they like, you know, that they saved the Jews in World War II. No. So they get taught like a lot of bullshit on a regular basis, and to me it makes sense to kind of revolt from that. And if you're revolting from something that's shit, of course you're gonna potentially have some misses too, because like you get taught so little Middle Eastern history. I mean, you just see that in the little amount of respect that Americans have for Middle Easterners, and for Islam and Islamic history and all this stuff. The only reason why they could be so susceptible to that kind of fear-mongering is because of a lack of education about Middle Eastern history. And Middle Eastern history is a really big fucking deal. It's a really big deal. So it's kind of like you grow up in a very racist, Western-centric, Eurocentric, American-centric history program, and you're gonna end up, and if you're being taught that all the positive, like all these things that are seen as quote unquote being civilized, come from white people, like when that's not true, it's not true at all, then it's gonna lead you to kind of have some pretty faulty ideas in response when you recognize, oh, like white people are not the only good people, right? Like, so, you know, like, if you don't buy into that racial supremacy of white people, then to me, it's like just a natural consequence. You're going to start, you know, coming to other ideas. And some of those ideas might be if you're face-centric, oh my God, Gail, thank you for saying that. I'm very relieved about that. I was really anxious that it wasn't centric enough. So thank you. I remember being shocked by how many people were unaware of Persepolis when Trump was threatening Iranian cultural cities. Oh, do you remember when, like, You literally had someone running for the president of the United States that didn't know where Aleppo was. Like, Syria used to be the center of human civilization. Like, it's just crazy to me. I don't know. It really is crazy how much I don't know about history. Yeah, and I don't blame you. It's like the American education system's so flawed. I mean, the Canadian education system's also flawed, but not even close to what Americans, like, get taught. So it's like, I don't really blame them. Why did Europe bring anti-Semitism to America? Samantha, I don't know. I ask myself that every day, okay?
In spite of the fact that that doesn't.
To this day, like, Americans still think that they went to war with Germany to save Jews. Right? Like, there's a lot of shit that is just totally crazy. Agree that our history is usually streamlined. European history, however, I find that people don't need to learn Indian history like I did. Do you mean Indiana or Indian?
Doesn't actually mean anything. Christians have spent the past 2,000 years dumping on Jews. The only reason they say Judeo-Christian is because they want to evoke the aesthetic of
Yeah, I agree. I'm so glad Vosh is calling that out. Good for him.
Christian nationalism, but Dennis Prager is Jewish. That's literally the only reason why. If Dennis Prager wasn't Jewish, they would just say Christian values. But because they want to rope him in on it, they invent the term Judeo-Christian, in spite of the fact that, oh boy, we did not get along. Jews and Christians, those two, whew. Sorry, when I phrase it that way, it makes it sound like this was kind of a blow for blow type thing.
Yeah, it's like...
I think that's not true at all. You know, in case you ever wonder, by the way, why people still get so up in arms about anti-Semitism.
So it probably depends on the school that you went to.
In the United States of America. It is massively disproportional to their population. I actually didn't believe it because I grew up with a lot of Jews in like a nice neighborhood, so like nothing really happened. But if you actually look at it, like Jewish people, synagogues, all that shit, they get an unbelievable amount of hate crime done against them. It's
yeah, but I don't know how to pronounce your name. ITBTs. Yeah, I understand that it's been over 30 decades and all that stuff, but we've been reading like those scholars. Like I linked those. Like we've seen. Granted, it's being orchestrated which clips that we've seen, but they didn't. Some of them did not look good.
Wild. Why does everyone hate Jewish people, Vosh? Jewish people kind of have, there's a lot of inertia to conspiracy. Far-right groups tend to be conspiratorial because they tend to be individually pathetic and they need some kind of collective other to blame their personal problems on. And because Jews are A, widely spread around what we would broadly call the Western
Silk, that's
world,
a cool idea.
B, already largely hated, and C, widely misunderstood, it's really easy to just push a bunch of conspiracy nonsense onto them, you know?
It turns the bedrock American idea upside down.
Oh.
Here it is in the words of Richard Delgado and Gene Stefanchik,
Swept
two
back to
leading
reality.
proponents.
Oops, there goes gravity.
Critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory.
Wait, wouldn't PragerU think questioning equality theory is based?
Good one, Vosh.
Legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and the neutral principles of constitutional law.
So this is a completely inoffensive statement that if we look at and think about for like 6 seconds, you'd think we'd be okay with. So first of all, the liberal order is something that PragerU spends every video whining about. So I don't know why they take issue with this. Shouldn't they think this is based, you know? Including equality theory. Equality theory in this case refers
they're
to the
classical
liberal
liberals,
conceptualization
okay?
of equality. Again, this is something that PragerU shouldn't have an issue with
They're
because they
classical
argue against
liberals.
it all the time. Legal reasoning, well, sure, legal reasoning is, I mean, every society has their own legal framework. It's, you know, it's hardly an inherent or objective legal framework out there. Enlightenment rationalism, PragerU literally has a video against the Enlightenment and Enlightenment liberals.
Oh my
PragerU
God.
actually made a video saying that the most influential
Pretty
and important
cringy.
people from the Enlightenment were the conservatives, who nobody remembers anymore because their ideas were dog shit, and all of the ideas that actually got taken and used were the ones from the liberals, and America was literally built off the ideas from those liberal Enlightenment rationalists. And then the neutral principles of constitutional law. Oh, and by the way, fuck the Constitution, okay? Constitution's dumb as shit. Didn't even X out slavery to begin with. You kidding me? All men are created equal. Slap that legal document down. Still got slaves? Get out of here. Come on. Come on.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Roland. That's a good point.
It does this because critical race theory proponents assume racism is present everywhere and always.
Then why can't you find a quote of them saying that? And if you could, by the way, there are ways to contextualize that as well. It's just funny that they would present a quote that they should by no rights have problems with and then like not even discuss it and just go right on to another point.
And they look for it critically until they find it.
That's what critical race theory means. We're critical of racism. We're observing. This is like the you're a reactionary because you react to things all over again. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Am I not? I'm not a reactionary? I thought that's what I did on Twitter. Like, I thought that that's what I did. Guys, am I not a reactionary? I don't understand, Posh. This is my lived experience.
God. Yeah, this floor is made of floor.
And they always find it.
Oh.
It has to be there because that's how the imperial European powers and then America set things up.
Oh, I mean, hey, you know, you said it, not me.
Here, as in all dangerous academic theories, there is a kernel of truth.
Oh.
Human beings were not preoccupied with race until the 16th century, when Europeans began to explore and then colonize other parts of the world.
This is true. He's right about this.
Not technically accurate. There were plenty of racial theories that existed before the 16th century. What he's referring to right now is the modern scientific conceptualization of race. And when I say scientific, I'm doing it with very large air quotes here. The pseudo-scientific conceptualization of race. It's interesting because admitting this runs contrary to the contents of many other videos of theirs. But, okay. I'm pretty sure I remember PragerU making videos on inherent human tribalism.
Nah, no way we were racist in Europe. Yeah, but it wasn't... You didn't see... You were xenophobic. You weren't racist. Very different. The concept of these overreaching, like, races is actually a very new one.
Before, and using it as a justification for some degree of, like...
And applying racist before, like, racism and racist before them is actually anachronistic.
Like
yeah,
racialized, like the understanding that people are going to be like nationalistic or like they didn't say like racial bias, but they flew past it with cultural bias, which I mean we know what they're saying. Oh, and if anyone
I need to teach the history of race at some point here.
The simple reason for this is humans have had like really wild ideas about what made different groups of humans different for basically as long as we've existed. You know, if you go back far enough, of course, we coexisted with Neanderthals, in which case there was an extremely real, very biologically inset difference between us and other, you know, and them. But obviously Neanderthals didn't last long. And
that's racist. Gosh. Do you have plans to interview Seanhead? I would love to interview her.
Given enough time, as human beings spread out around the world, we found
the history of race. I will do a stream on the history of race. Okay, I promise you.
Different than us. People had wild theories. Some people were like, I think it was Aristotle who believed that it was about blood thickness, that the Arabians had thin blood, which made them clever, but also darkened their skin. And the Nordics had thick.
Yeah, race is actually a very new concept. A lot of people have this idea that's like this old conservative, like old concept that we've always had. No. It's actually a very new concept. Xenophobia has always existed, right? Like humans have always been afraid of other, right? But this arbitrary conception of what we kind of take it for granted, this idea of like putting people of one skin color in a category, this objective category, and treating it like it's like a real category, is actually very, very modern.
Blood, which made them dull-witted but very courageous, or something like that. Like just some truly wild. And if you go all around the world, like the Chinese had their own ideas of what made different races, and the Africans had their just like the whole, this is all over the place, you know. Yeah, some truly.
Yeah, but it wasn't really race. I don't know. Yeah, it's an anachronistic. Maybe I'm just being like a bitchy historian here, but yeah, I'll disagree with him.
Bloodborne shit, you know. Yeah, Aristotle was the one who founded the city of Yarnum, the healing church, where he discovered. Yeah. Anyway, so one of the issues was...
That doesn't mean there wasn't like prejudice or like all this stuff, but it wasn't like our modern conception of racism.
Back in the day, the idea that black people were inferior to white people was not like this massive commonly held concept. People were more nationalistic than that. It was more like Anglos versus Franks, if that makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm generalizing a bit here, but then we started the transatlantic slave trade. And here's the thing, okay? People felt real bad about it. you can find writings on this. It turns out there's just something really damaging to the human spirit about participating in the enslavement and slaughter of millions of people. You know, some of them, they just got those heart pangs, those Europeans, you know, they carrying all these Africans over across the ocean. They're thinking, So they needed a theory to post hoc justify their treatment of black people. And what they hit upon eventually was the pseudoscientific conceptualization of black, white people, and what have you being genetically different from one another. It wasn't some conceptual spiritual thing. It was direct physiological genetic differences, and that whites were better than blacks, and that justified our treatment of them. And if you take a look at when these ideas emerged, the dehumanization corresponded almost directly with the social need for dehumanization. That is to say, our modern understanding of race was born not of science, but rather of people using science to quell guilt.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is a fair simplification, but I think that's a.
I don't know I don't know if I would say guilt. I would just say justification, but I guess it kind of means something similar.
Reading of the history of the modern conceptualization of race.
Drawing distinctions between the races reached its peak in the 19th century with the widespread use of slave labor in North and South America. No one denies this.
Wait, okay, wait. No. All of you deny that. Hold on. I've had this argument with a lot of conservatives, and yet conservatives do not believe what you just said. You do not get to stand on the cliff's edge for years and then back off, run away from it while screaming nobody's ever been stupid enough to run up the edge of the cliff. Come on.
Yeah, most of his criticisms seem to not be against the video, but against PragerU itself. Which is like, I mean, I would agree with.
You're losing the radical right now. Come on.
Since then, the Western world, and most especially America, has spent a lot of time, money, and blood breaking free of its racist past.
Oh.
It's been a rocky road for sure, but great
and we've broken free now.
Progress has been made. Critical race theory says all this progress is a mirage. Racism never died, never even faded a little bit. It just hid itself better.
True. I mean, dog, James Lindsay voted for Trump, I assume. Trump literally went up there and did a speech on how Black Lives Matter was going to invade the suburbs. The 1776 commission that he, commissioned and briefly had up on the White House website was essentially a refutation of what they refer to as critical race theory. And in doing so, they didn't even mention slavery. Sean has an excellent video on this, but sorry, refutation, not repudiation, my bad. They didn't even mention slavery in it. They do this whole thing on like the history of America, and they refer to slavery as a challenge to America's values, like it came from somewhere else, like it was an invading force. They said, here are some challenges to American values: slavery, progressivism, socialism, and fascism. Like these are invading forces from without, you know?
Yeah, it's very flawed.
Wait, didn't I hear you shit-talking Sean a few days ago? Yeah, and you'll...
It's a very flawed idea, especially because American slavery, first of all, I mean, there's a good argument to say that one of the founding cores of the United States was to discriminate against indigenous people and in America and African slaves. But like, yeah, I could get into that another time. That's where I'm kind of with critical race theory. Like I could totally see that. However, one of the things about American slavery was that we have this idea that's very common, that American slavery is very much, it's just slavery, right? And the Romans had slaves, and lots of people had slaves. I mean, the Africans themselves had slaves. They were just selling their own slaves into slavery. They were already slaves. Technically true, right? However, this is a very simplistic idea of what slavery is. Each society has a very different idea of what slavery means, right? And how they perpetuate slavery. There's nuances within slavery. I know it's crazy. I know you're like, oh, like, but there's only being free and slave. No, there's different types of slaves, and trust me, you would prefer to be a certain type over another. There is definitely degrees here that's important to consider. And American slavery was called chattel slavery because the transatlantic slave trade, which the United States obviously significantly participated in, was particularly gruesome and brutal. And I want to do a huge stream about this because I feel like people really don't understand how brutal it was. I don't think I understood how brutal it was until I really read the history. Until you literally read firsthand accounts from both white people and black people of what was literally going on. When you see the effects on the ships, like it is nothing in comparison with slavery in the rest of the world. It's so much worse. Which is the best slave to be? A sex slave for Daddy Vosh or Daddy Disney, you know? Okay, don't clip that. Okay. But yeah, so there's issues. There's obviously different nuances within that. One of the biggest differences with slavery in Africa, right? Because this is an argument that the conservatives will often use, where they'll say like, oh, like, well, the Africans were already enslaving their own people, and then they would sell the slaves to the traders, who would, you know, send the slaves to through the Atlantic slave trade, like, to the United States. So it wasn't like the United States was inventing slavery, right? However, the slave trade that they participated in was particularly racialized. That was very unique. For example, in Africa, when you were a slave, you were usually a slave because you were captured in war. Very common form of slavery, right? So you're captured in war. The indigenous practice this too. Indigenous peoples of the Americas. But your child was no longer a slave. Like, it wasn't something that was perpetuated father to child, mother to son, etc. And it ended. This is very rare. Like, and it's existed plenty of times. I mean, even in the Bible, it was perpetuated with Jews when they were so-called slaves in Egypt, though we don't have any historical records of it, but I'm sure the Bible doesn't lie. But it was particularly unique for the time. And it was definitely something that really separated. So it's one of the reasons why slavery became so generational and harmed Black people across generations, because it meant that they just could never get out of it. You know, from mother to son, they were always enslaved, purely based on their race. Something that was very different from, whereas like in African slavery, it just was, you know, your certain circumstances enslaved you, but then you got out of it. On top of that, and then that's just the psychology, but then there's also the conditions that they were kept in. It's just totally different. But yeah, that's it for a whole other stream.
You'll hear it again in a few days more, but always about his Twitter account.
Oh, I mean, the Ottoman Empire did terrible things to their slaves, right? The United States is not the only people that were terrible to their slaves, and I'm not even saying they were the worst. I'm just saying they were particularly bad. The Ottoman Empire is definitely in that group. So is the Belgians.
So like America was like la-di-da, like walking down the street, and then slavery attacked, and we had to like beat it off. No, I would say that racism is alive and well. Oh, and by the way, please keep this in mind, okay? Conservatives have been moving this post forward.
But yeah, I do think it's kind of crazy to me to say that, like, has racism gone more into hiding? Yeah, I agree with that. But I do think that things have gotten significantly better. Is racism done? No. I think it's still a severe issue. It's just hidden. It's hidden in other places, obviously. But with that hiding also comes some benefits. Some negatives, but also with some significant benefits. And I do think overall people are far less racist than they were like 100 years ago. That doesn't mean that racism's done, though. Annie, please, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. Oh my god. Anonymous, thank you so much for those gift subs. Thank you. Oh my god, like, we have so many subs today. Holy shit. Thank you. Racism doesn't reduce? I don't know if I buy that. I feel like there are, like, measured differences.
For 2 centuries now, okay? This argument, it's always the same argument, okay? America was racist, but now we're not. They said that after the slaves were freed. They said, we have committed ourselves to the abolition of slavery, and in doing so, we have truly gotten rid of racism in America. Separate but equal? Hey, it's equal. Happy days. And back during the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s, people made James Lindsay's argument over here. Sure, America used to be racist, but today, it's not. They would say this.
But that wasn't... That's a straw man of what James Lindsay just said. I don't know the guy. Like, I don't agree with a lot of what he said. But that's not what he said. He said that, if I remember correctly, that things have gotten that that we've made great progress. He didn't say that racism was done. I think Vosh is kind of strawmanning him a bit and putting maybe like a typical kind of the typical conservative narrative he's used to hearing probably from PragerU. He's putting that on James Lindsay, and I don't think that's what James Lindsay actually said.
To Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., they would say this to civil rights protesters. And of course, there was still racism, and at least legally, they got rid of that discrimination. And nowadays, today, in the modern era, the discrimination that people of color face is not very overt, and it's not very legally evident. There aren't laws saying, like, black people suck, meh. But just because it's not as overt doesn't mean it's not obvious if you take, like, 3 seconds to look at it. This is one of the reasons why there's no point in ever paying attention to James Lindsay's shitposting on Twitter. It's because people who are anti-woke and anti-critical race theory aren't just opposed to some ideas or modes of behavior. They're opposed to the recognition that racism exists at all in the modern world. If you were hearing criticisms from a person...
Yeah, I think Vosh is just very burnt from conservatives just saying things that, like, racism is just totally done. And it's very frustrating when you're talking to people like that, because they're just so stuck in their own experiences that, like, they completely ignore statistics and, you know, like, an actual information that tells us the opposite. Citizen Cicero, thank you for those bits. Oh my god, we've got a hype train going. We've got a hype train. Can we hit level 5 this time? Lek, thank you so much for resubscribing. If you're just joining me today, please, I stream almost every day. I usually stream in the afternoon. And I really appreciate your support. I am always trying to bring you a historical perspective to modern issues. Sir McSpanky, thank you so much for those gift subs. Oh my god. Thank you. Holy fucking shit. Sorry for swearing, I'm sorry. Landy, thank you so much for slapping that sticker. Citizen Sister, thanks for those bits. U.S. Government Official, thanks for those bits. Son of a Cat, thanks for those bits. Dr. Doofin Shirts, thanks so much for gifting that sub to Lender. I don't know how to pronounce that name, but thank you. Landy, thank you so much for that sticker. That sticker always, like, fucking cracks me up. Yay, Chris got a sub. Great, now Aristocracy is going to disappear each week for extra subs. Oh, that's a good tactic. I actually, like, I needed this. I didn't do that well this month. But don't worry, I won't be disappearing again. Well, hopefully not. I think depression will sometimes show itself sometimes. Though, to be fair, I think it's fine to infer James Lindsay's stance on the issue of racism in America, as is the case with most conservatives. Yeah, it makes sense to make an assumption, right? But I always have a bias towards being charitable. Anonymous, thank you so much for cheering 1,000 bits. And Broken, thank you so much for the 700 bits. Sir McSpanky, thanks for the 100. Holy shit, how quickly. We just hit a level 5.
Did someone say sticker party?
Oh my god. We're getting really close to sticker party. If we do 2 sticker parties in one stream, it's gonna be nuts.
No disappearing, I was sad.
Aww. That makes me so laugh. That's such a sweet thing to say. The way she read it, that was really sweet. We're so close to level 5. Oh my god. If you're biased towards being charitable, direct me to the nearest soup kitchen, please. I'm hungry. Oh my god. I meant charitable in a philosophical sense, okay? Lady ma'am, can you watch this video later, please? Yeah, I can watch that. For sure, Stinky. Sorry, I feel so bad calling you Stinky. Oh my god. Sir McStanky, thanks so much for those bits. And thanks for the sticker. Yeah, we're really close to the sticker party. We've got a level 5 hype train. That's fucking amazing. Guys, we did 2. Wait, we had 3 hype trains. Oh my god, I actually thought that was my bell. This is the first time I've ever had 3 hype trains at a stream. That's crazy. Okay, we only need 3 more stickers. 3 more stickers. Okay, yeah, let's check the subreddit. Sonia. Oh my god, it's a sticker party. Guys, spam the stickers. If you don't know how, just scroll down. You can spam in chat.
3, 2, 1, go!
The stickers are free for just a tiny, tiny bit of time. Please smother me. Smother me with your stickers. Cover me. Cover every part of me, please. Oh no. Oh no, I can't breathe. This is bad. This is very bad. Wait, oh my god, there's so many stickers. You can't even see the screen. Holy shit. How did you guys spam so many? This is nuts. Holy shit. No, do not spam the poop. I repeat, do not spam the poop. I repeat, do not spam the poop. Oh man, that was the best sticker party we've done. If you guys have any recommendations for stickers, we can do customized stickers. So if you have a good image that you want to send me, just send it to one of my mods and we can put it in the sticker catalog. But don't worry. Sir Poof, yeah, peace. Yeah, she's dead. I am dead. The stickers are slowly falling away. Okay. Let's look at the subreddit. Okay. If you haven't subscribed to the subreddit, my subreddit Aristocracy's got the best memes, and we're hoping to start some good conversations there. So be sure to subscribe. It's just r/aristocracy. Really easy. Okay. Post by Rolling Deadly. Aristocrats looking upon people without syphilis. Signature of superiority. Exactly. Okay. All the aristocrats get syphilis. We love it here. When Eris cancels a stream without warning. Aww. That's so sad. I'm sorry. Deep lore. This is so real. Let's go over to your house. So we can make out, right? So we can make out, right? And then I'm just playing Guild Wars 2. If you don't know that story, I'm going to have to tell it sometime. I'll probably tell it on Monday. Because Monday stream I'm going to dedicate to talking about the Destiny discourse. On whether or not you should invite someone. You should go to someone's house if you don't intend to have sex with them. Oh my god, this is a terrible meme. Shame on you. Whoever did that. How dare you? Big Orange Jew, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. Shame. Stop it. I didn't know, okay? It's a casual black and white photo. I call this one first. Wait, what the fuck? Someone made a video? Okay, let's... Oh no, this is terrible. I already feel what's going on. God, that guy is hot as fuck. Is that weird for me to say? Like... Look at that hair. And look at that look. Good looking dude. Like, holy shit. We were like talking about the Holocaust and I'm still like, wow. Guys, I'm sweaty. This is so bad. Oh no, he's 15. Fuck my life. Who the fuck made that song? Son of a god, that's so good. Oh my god, that's fucking excellent. Top tier. Oh my god. New coffee mug came in. That's so cool. Whoever has a coffee mug, you got spam exit chat. That's so cool. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Does Air sell mugs? Yeah, I fucking sell mugs. Yeah. I sell fucking flip-flops, okay? I'm capitalist central here. How Eris plays the symbols offline. Now kiss. Okay, stop. I'm not that much of a creep, but I'll upload that. Okay, let's see this one. Here's denims. I feel like I did her really well. Okay? I love doing denims. Oh no. This is terrible. These fucking memes are fucking killing me. Okay. Time to promote my stream on your Discord. Yes, queen. Okay, Dewey won't do it. I won't do it anymore. It's very annoying. When I finish typing a comment only for the topic to change. Hey, wait, stop. I have garbage. Twitch chat. Sorry. If it's good enough for Hitler, then it's good enough for me. Poke. Why did you combine those two concepts? Why? Why? Anyone use one of these? Oh my god. Okay, legit, potatoes are amazing. Okay? Fuck you guys. Stop making fun of me. Okay? Not cool. New mods. I'm going to change chat. Eris for the better, right? New mods. Eris for the better. Yeah, that is exactly what happens. The joys of painting. Starring Eris. Someone really made this? Do you guys remember when I painted Priscilla? Oh my god. Oh god, that's fucking good. I love fucking statues. It's true. Not gonna lie to you guys. Nobel Peace Prize nominee and statue fucker. That's actually great. I made Eris in Militopia. Oh, cute! I saw the Sister Rose. This was super cool. It's me! Mommy chat, where's mommy? Okay, stop calling me mommy. What the fuck? Oh my god, pencil supremacy down Bolivia. Okay, that was fucking great. The subreddit's amazing. Every week we're gonna do these like subreddit chills, like where I check them out. So definitely post them. That would be super cool. Stop it! I'm not gonna punish you. Unless you pay me money. Okay? Okay. We are going to be ending the stream, guys. This was a really awesome welcome back. I'm really excited. Be sure for tomorrow, 2 p.m., we're doing the Patreon-only event. Big fucking deal. It's going to be amazing. If you want to attend, you just got to subscribe on my Patreon. Maybe my mods can link it in chat. You can link my Patreon. That would be cool. And it's really cheap. You can contribute literally just like $3. So, and then you could come tomorrow. Yeah, so tomorrow will be a blast. We're going to have a lot of fun. And then Monday, I will be back with the stream. And we're going to be bringing on some cool merch. And talking about some cool stuff. Yeah, Patreon supremacy. Gotta eat, okay? Sorry. Alright. Who are we going to raid? No, Stinky, I'll watch that next video next time. I'll watch it next time. I swear. Okay. Who shall we raid? See, I would raid Hassan, but he won't even notice me, okay? It'll just hurt. Okay. Let's raid. Oh, you know what? My good friend Chud Logic is streaming, so I'm gonna raid him. You want me to raid Bookstars? Okay, I'll read book smart. I'll read book smart. Go bring the monarchy to book smarts, okay? Very important. If he's book smarts, that means he's not monarchy smart. Please perpetuate critical race monarchy. Very important. Very, very important, okay? Goodbye. I love you all. See you guys tomorrow.
Hi, Eris people. Welcome. Today might be a bit boring for you guys. It's not indicative of my normal content. Today we're playing video games. I don't